Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning and Highways Committee. Before we move to the formal business, for the benefit of those joining us online, I am Councillor Sandra Pickin and I am the Chair of the Planning and Highways Committee. I am also joined at today's meeting by the Deputy Chair, Councillor Stuart Eptingstall, and committee members. This will be Councillor Blizzard, Ellis, Harvey, Epworth, Jones, Saunders, Scott, Swift, Taylor, Tennant King, Whitehouse and Williams. We will also have Councillor Wallace joining us a bit later, but he's unable to attend at 10 o'clock. The committee also has support today's meeting with Kevin Winter, our planning solicitor, together with Ruth Thacker, Julie Aycock, John Holmes, Stephen Mills. Before we move to the formal agenda items, I'd just like to confirm today's procedures. We will take each item on the agenda in order, copies of which have been provided to members and is also available on the council website. I would remind colleagues, alongside those registered speakers who are participating in today's meeting, to ensure that your microphone is on mute throughout the meeting unless invited to speak, to minimise the potential of background noise disrupting the meeting broadcast. In accordance with the council meeting procedure rules, my ruling as chair during the debate will be final. When invited to speak, members of the committee and participating members of the public, you will need to unmute your microphones and state your name before addressing committee. Please remute your microphone once you have finished speaking. I will invite any colleagues wishing to comment on reports or ask questions to do so at the appropriate points in the meeting, and all members should now be familiar with the procedures in place to indicate they wish to ask a question or a comment on matters before us. At the end of the debate, the planning applications, I will call for a vote to be undertaken. In order for all parties to be clear as to how the vote has gone, I will invite the committee officer to undertake the roll call. Today we have Claire. The committee officer will ask each member by name to confirm their vote. They will be achieved by members turning on their microphones individually and stating clearly for, against or abstain. The committee officer will summarise the result at the end of the roll call. If everyone is happy, I then shall proceed with the formal business. Agenda item 1 is Chair's announcements, and I would remind everyone at the meeting of the Planning and Highways Committee are not public meetings. They are, however, council meetings held in public, and only those registered to speak will be allowed to do so at the allotted time. During the meeting, it may be necessary to adjourn for a short period, and I will indicate this clearly to the committee, and if required, request that we pause the broadcast at the adjournment. The first one will be after the first item, which will be a 10-minute break while we swap presentations over. And I also say, as all members receive the additional information, and I will take your silence as an agreement. Thank you. As we have no urgent items before us today, I will move on to item 3. Do any members have any interest to be verbally declared in the matters before us? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 7. I am a ward councillor of Ward 18, but I have no preempted view over this application, and I will determine the application on its own merits. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a declaration on item 6.1. It's in my ward, but I've had no dealings with it. And as a town councillor, I've left the meetings when it's come up at planning meetings at the town council. So I'm able to stay in this meeting today. And also agenda item 8, that is also in my ward, but I've had no dealings with this, so I will be staying in the meeting.
Thank you. Agenda item 4 is to receive any apologies for absence. I don't think we've got any, we've just got Councillor Wallace attending late. Agenda item 5 is to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Do I have a mover and a seconder?
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I couldn't get through. I've got a declaration of interest.
Right.
It's
Well,
Councillor Whitehouse, Ward 14, agenda item 6.2. I have not taken any part in any discussions regarding this application. Sorry about that.
that's okay, Councillor Whitehouse, you can stay in.
Chair, Ian Sanders, I've got a declaration as well. It's item 7. It's the Kingfisher footpath in Criddleston. I don't want to take part in the discussion. I took part in a meeting, and I think that could compromise myself.
So, Councillor Saunders, you will not be in on the vote at the end. Is that correct?
Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hepworth.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'm like Councillor Whitehouse. 6.3, it's in my ward. I haven't had any correspondence with anyone about it, so I'll be remaining. And 6.8 as well is also in my ward, but I have not had any consultation about that either.
Thank you, Councillor Hepworth. Are there any further? No.
Oh no.
Well, we'll carry on then on the minutes of the previous meeting. I have had the moved and seconders. I will take everyone in favour with your silence. Any against? Thank you. Agenda item 6 is to consider planning applications brought before us today. We have 5. I will outline the procedure as follows. Firstly, the planning officer will be invited to present the application. Second, the registered speakers will be invited to speak one at a time. I will be grateful to speakers if they will confirm for the benefit of the committee if they are speaking against or for the application. 3, members of committee will be invited to ask registered speakers questions if they need to clarify any points raised. Any local ward member who has registered to speak on the application will be invited to do so. The committee will then be invited to ask local member any questions if they need to clarify any points raised. Should the need arise, I will ask any points of clarification from the presenting officer or legal advisor. The committee will then be invited to debate the application, and as necessary, I will invite the planning officer to respond to any points raised during the discussions. The matter will then be taken to the vote. I will now ask Ruth Thackeray to undertake her first presentation. Over to you, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, can you just confirm that you can see the presentation, please? Can you hear me?
We'll take silence as it's okay, Ruth.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So this application seeking outline planning consent for up to 232 dwellings with means of access only, which is proposed to be taken from Mill Lane and a link provided into the adjacent development. The detailed design and layout is reserved for future consideration. So that you can see the application site boundary here shown in red. Mill Lane is this road here, and the access into the site is proposed to be taken there. So surrounding the site, we do have a school in this location. And there are some allotments just to the south of the M62 runs across the northern boundary of the site, and Yorkshire Water have a wastewater treatment plant on the opposite side of the motorway. Currently under construction is a new development here, which is being built out by Taylor Wimpey. There are a few views of the site here, the first one being a view along Mill Lane towards the main junction with Castleford Road at the bottom of this location. View 2 shows the view from Mill Lane towards the new development currently being built out on the southern boundary of the site. View 3 shows the existing dwellings just to the east of the site, and you can see the M62 motorway running along the top of this photograph, and view 4 is the M62 underpass, which is just located in this part of the application site, a continuation of Mill Lane, which at the moment is just used for pedestrian access. View 5 shows the view across the application site to the M62, which you can see is quite elevated in relation to the application site. And view 6 is a view towards the allotments located in this position. So, as I've previously mentioned, the development is just seeking outline planning consent for dwelling site, along with the access into the site, and all other matters are reserved. So you can see here the main access would be provided from Mill Lane, and the second access point is proposed from the new development being constructed in this location. And the underpass will be retained, but it will be just for use by pedestrians and cyclists. During the course of the application, this plan was submitted, which shows proposals for improvements to the Castleford Mill Lane junction. That's just for consideration by the Council's highway section. This slide just shows an indication of the noise levels currently experienced across the site. This is the motorway corridor, which has the highest noise levels, and you can see how it reduces as it moves away from the motorway. The application site is in this location. This outline is the indicative layout that has actually been removed from the application, but this just gives you an idea of what the noise levels are resulting from the motorway at the moment. And the noise report submitted did provide this plan, which shows, based on the indicative layout, how noise will be reduced across the site, but that is only indicative and is not being considered as part of this application. So if I draw members' attention to the additional information, which details additional comments received following completion of the case officer report. The application site is allocated for housing, and it's therefore considered that the principle of housing on the site is acceptable and accords with the development plan, subject to satisfying other material considerations. The application is not seeking approval of the detailed layout of the development, and the indicative master plan originally submitted by the applicant has been withdrawn. Officer concerns were regarding a number of issues, including parking, the internal road layout, the appearance of the street scene, layout of open space, and the impact of noise from the M62 on the quality of the housing environment for future residents. Yorkshire Water also raised concerns regarding the proximity of the development to the wastewater treatment plant and requested a condition for submission of an odour assessment as part of the reserved matters application. With regard to access, which is being considered in detail as part of this scheme, details have been submitted, which include the continuation of Mill Lane and this second access from the adjacent development. Plans also show the use of the M62 underpass for pedestrians and cyclists. There are a number of local objections regarding the impact of the development on the local highway and both vehicular and pedestrian safety. No objections have been raised by Highways England, subject to conditions requiring a construction management scheme and details of any works adjacent to the motorway. The Council's Highway section have considered the proposals and raised no objections to the principle of housing and the proposed access points, which are considered to be acceptable and sufficient to accommodate the level of traffic associated with a residential development of up to 232 dwellings. Plans were submitted during the course of the application for the pedestrian refuge and junction improvements at the Castleford Road Mill Lane junction, which are considered to be acceptable in principle, and the condition is recommended for submission of a detailed scheme. The Highway section have advised that a further action to the adjacent site would increase permeability between the two developments, and this could be included in the detailed design and layout at reserved matters stage. So another access could be proposed from this location on the Taylor Wimpey site. The main constraints to development of the site is considered to be noise from the adjacent motorway, which is at an elevated level compared to the application site. Although the principle of housing on the site is accepted, any future reserved matters application will need to demonstrate that the housing on the site would achieve an appropriate internal and external noise environment. Council's environmental health section raised concerns regarding the noise assessment submitted with the application, and officers also raised concerns that future residents may need to keep windows closed to achieve a suitable internal noise environment in the dwellings, and would have to rely on mechanical or acoustic ventilation rather than being able to open windows to naturally ventilate their properties. However, it is acknowledged that construction of a continuous building block constructed parallel with the motorway could act as an acoustic barrier for the wider development, and a proportion of dwellings could be fitted with an alternative means of ventilation to provide comfort cooling. It's considered that this could be addressed at the reserved matters stage, and any future application for reserved matters will need to be supported by a detailed scheme setting out how health and amenity would be protected from noise from the M62. Other material considerations are detailed within the case officer report to the committee, and no objections are raised by statutory consultees subject to the conditions and informatives set out in the report. It's therefore considered the principle of residential development is acceptable, and the site is capable of being designed to achieve an acceptable standard of housing that accords with policy and guidance. Approval is therefore recommended, and if members are minded to resolve to approve planning permission, it's advised that members delegate the final wording of the planning conditions to the Chair and Vice Chair of the Planning and Highways Committee and the Council's Service Director for Planning and Highways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ruth. Well, we have one speaker registered today, Mrs. Emma Winter, but she is unable to connect to us today. So one of our officers is now going to read her speech out to members. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to read a speech from Emma Winter, who is the agent for the application. Thank you, Chair and Councillors. Here is an opportunity for you to approve an outline application for up to 232 dwellings, with all matters reserved, apart from access on sites the Council has allocated for housing under policy HS 44 and HS 45, the adopted site-specific policies local plan. These state that these sites should be developed for housing, and the housing trajectory expects them to be developed within 5 years from 2018. As such, the land forms an important part of the Council's 5-year housing land supply. Given the site's allocation for housing, the principle of residential development is acceptable and meets all relevant local and national policies. Whilst the illustrative master plan was originally submitted has been withdrawn following concerns raised by officers, the detailed design and layout of the scheme is reserved for future consideration. Access is proposed from Mill Lane and via a link to the adjacent Taylor Wimpey Cloverfields development. Highways officers consider this to be acceptable and have no objections in principle, subject to junction improvements at Castleford Road and Mill Lane. With regards to technical issues, majority of statutory and internal consultees have raised no objection, subject to conditions. Significant level of noise information has been prepared and submitted during the application. And whilst concerns have been raised, the Council's Environmental Health Officer and our own legal advisors have confirmed that the noise conditions proposed are a suitable way of regulating the details of the reserved matters to achieve an acceptable noise climate for residents. Noise mitigation measures, as conditioned, will also help improve the noise climate for existing residents and the school. The objection from Yorkshire Water was due to the proximity of housing on the indicative layout to the wastewater treatment plant north of the motorway. As the application is outlined, an indicative master plan has been withdrawn. Their concerns can be resolved at reserved matters stage. Condition is therefore requiring the submission of an odour report alongside the reserved matters, evidencing that there will be no loss of amenity to future residents. Whilst concerns have been raised by Normanton Town Council and only 8 residents, it's considered that the issues raised have either been dealt with by the information submitted in support of application or can be addressed at the reserved matter stage via the proposed planning condition. Councillor Dagger has confirmed his support in principle to the application. As the final number of dwellings is reserved, the requirement for affordable housing in line with policy CS6B can be dealt with via the proposed condition. For these reasons, I ask you to support the officer's recommendation and approve the application.
Thanks, James. As I say, we haven't got no questions to Emma Winter because she's not here. But I will go on to questions to the officer. Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. It's just with the waterworks, the treatment works. I live about a mile away from this application, and I can smell it if it's on a good day or a bad day, whichever way you look at it. I can smell the water treatment works. So I'd just like to know, and it probably isn't for this meeting, it's for when it comes to reserved matters, but I'd like a detailed thing of how they're going to stop that smell, because it is a horrendous smell, and these houses are going to be a lot closer, so it will spoil their amenity. So if they could give us some more information on that, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard. Nothing has been submitted with this application in terms of an odour survey, and Yorkshire Water did object to the indicative layout because the houses were actually quite close to a boundary. So you can see from this plan here that the houses were previously proposed in this location, which is much closer than any of the existing dwellings. But given that the detailed layout isn't being considered under this application, Yorkshire Water have stated that this can adequately be dealt with by condition, so they would be required to submit an odour survey with the planning application for reserved matters. And the Yorkshire Water have recommended that there would be no housing any closer than the line of the existing housing to the waterworks, so potentially across this part of the site or further back.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Morning. Ruth, you've partly answered my question just now with showing me the line of where the properties are going to be possibly built, because I'm concerned about the noise level and the air quality, because it's not long since we refused a planning application because it was too near the M62, and we're talking about having ventilation in properties so they don't open the windows, but children will want to play out, so you can't put them in an enclosed place just so the air stays okay for them, because they'll be playing out in a park area, I'm assuming, on this site. But is that for reserved matters rather than this? I'm really concerned about the health and safety of the residents if this goes ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Yes, the details would be for the reserved matters application, so we have an indicative layout, but the details of the scheme were withdrawn, so we would, in terms of the air quality and the impact of air quality on the new residents, the air quality officer in the council hasn't objected for that reason, so we wouldn't refuse a planning application due to the impact of the motorway on the new residents, and there are already residents fairly close to the motorway. We would need to consider as part of the reserved matters application where the houses could and should be located, so supporting information would have to be submitted to show how they would address noise. It is significant in this location, and as you probably all know, the M62 does suffer from noise more or less 24/7. So we will need details under the reserved matters scheme. If they did set the building line further back than the previous master plan, that could potentially help. There would be no closer than the existing houses. It's difficult to get some kind of acoustic barrier on this site because of the level of the motorway. So if you were to put a fence in this location, for example, the noise would just travel over the top of the fence. So the environmental health officer has in that it's likely to require a barrier being constructed using the actual dwellings that would have to be set probably further back from the motorway, but we haven't got that information at this stage to be able to say where the houses would go. So given it is an allocated housing site, the principle is acceptable, and these details would need to be worked through during the reserve matters application.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you.
Councillor Tisdale.
Thank you, Chair. Same as Councillor Scott, really. I'm concerned about the houses that are going to be situated into the M62 and the amount of noise from the M62 and also the gases from the exhaust, the traffic on the M62 spilling over, and gases heavier than air will go down the banking and then would penetrate the, assuming, back gardens of the proposed houses on this plan. It says on page 33 that adequate measures are going to be taken to protect residents from noise and I suppose gas as well. But it's concerning, we're going to have an estate here with young people, children especially, could be exposed to fumes that they could well do without. And the noise, as you say, is a 24-hour continuous drone from the M62. So I'm really concerned about exposing residents, especially children, like Councillor Scott concerns, to these gases and noise. And I would also ask, in future years, how would this, if we've got an increase in noise or an increase in bad air quality, how would these be registered and how would remedial action be taken? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of future air quality monitoring, I mean, the air quality is monitored by the Council's Environmental Health Officer going forward, so that is an ongoing thing that will be looked at. All we can do at the moment is assess the application based on the policy that we have and the air quality as it stands, and then ongoing monitoring would take place, and the Council's wider structure would look at how any increases in air pollution could be managed in the general area. In terms of the noise from the motorway, as I've said previously, the layout of this scheme isn't being considered under this application, and the principle is acceptable. We would need to look carefully at how you would create a barrier to create an adequate noise environment for the future residents. So this is the plan that was submitted and is part of the noise assessment the applicant has provided. You can see that there are blocks of development here, but we would consider that really the Environmental Health Officer says that it was likely that you would need solid blocks of development rather than having these gaps, because you can see how the noise escapes through the gaps and permeates into the rest of the site. So you could construct a solid built boundary along this location, and any public open space could be behind the blocks of development as is shown here. So the public open space would have been behind these buildings, and that will provide some protection from noise from the motorway that will be better than you can see on this plan. I hope that helps to explain.
Thanks for that, Ruth. I'm just going to come in before we take any more questions. As we are looking at this, is just an outline plan. There is everything else that's coming on reserve matters. But now I've got James Anu, the agent is able to speak, and she's on the telephone line. So if anybody would like a question to the agent, I will take that next, please.
I'm sorry, Chair, did you ask me a question?
No. Councillor Blizzard, just to say that, Ruth, it's just an outline at this stage and we're coming for reserve matters later, but the agent's able to take questions now, so I'm going to revert back to the agent.
Right. Okay, sorry.
Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. It's on agenda item page 39, and it's condition number 15. It's about the Mill Lane coming out onto Castleford Road. I've got real concerns with this access, and if the agent can reassure me that there's going to be what it says in our planning applications, and not come later and say that it can't be done because of, and I'd like to know what a right turn ghost island is. Coming out of this site, it would be really detrimental to turn right up Castleford Road. I would only want a left turning out of this estate because it had caused that many accidents. Yeah, there ain't no accidents now, but that is an accident to be happening. Over the other side of the road is another housing estate, and these two openings come more or less parallel with each other, so nobody will know where they're going. And I would like some traffic lights, because that was muted somewhere in the paperwork as well. But if the developer can reassure us that, you know, there's going to be no right turns onto Castleford Road, it's only got to be a left turn down onto the roundabout, onto the motorway, I can see this working then. And if we can, some traffic lights for letting traffic out of Mill Lane onto Castleford Road.
Hello, it's Anna Winter speaking. The plan that Ruth has put up on the screen shows the proposed junction design that's been agreed with Highways to make improvements onto the Castleford Road Mill Lane junction. Obviously, that links through to the conditions that you mentioned within the committee report. The detail of that design is shown on that particular drawing, and obviously, because it is tied to that condition, it's something that will be brought forward. So that should, I think, address the concerns that you've raised within your question.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Blizzard?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jones?
Thanks, Chair. I'd have to say, though, that if you can't turn right out of that estate, the thought of going down to junction 31 roundabout network is somewhat concerning, given how long it takes to get down there. And it may well be that that is a debate. So I'd certainly go along with the suggestion that Councillor Blizzard's made of. It may well be that it does require traffic lights, because if you can't turn right out of there going into Wakefield, then I think there is a major issue there with regards to that junction. But I say that is my only concern with regards to this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any further questions to the agent? Councillor Blizzard?
Can you tell me what the ghost island is? I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's an island that has been requested by the Highways Department. It's shown on the plan. It might be easier if Ruth could point to the particular parts of the plan, because obviously I haven't got the ability to point to it while I am remotely.
So that's an island where people can walk from one side of the road into the middle, stay there, and then walk, you know, progress on to the other side. And that's what you call a ghost island then?
Yeah, Ruth, are you able to point to the particular parts on the plan?
So this is where the cars that are waiting to turn right off Castleford Road would wait. And then this is the pedestrian refuge where people would cross the road, and there's an island in the middle so that they can wait and just cross each part separately.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I can see that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions to the agent? Councillor Scott?
Morning. I don't know if you can see the agenda on agenda page 12, and this might not be for you, it might be for the officer Ruth, but on parks and public realm it talks about a block of what appears to be garages, 4 blocks of houses or apartments, and that it would flow much better if this wedge was removed, creating a larger, more usable and open central space with improved design for maintenance, and that this could potentially be accommodated in the 2 triangular areas to the east of the development. Has that been taken on board?
Obviously, as Ruth explained within her speech earlier, the application is an outline application with all matters reserved apart from access. Obviously, the comments that had come back in relation to parks and public realm that you're referring to on page 12 of the agenda relates to the indicative master plan that has been withdrawn. It will be at the reserve matter stage for the particular developer to look at that layout and how, you know, that layout is designed, and obviously to take on board the comments that have previously been received in relation to the now withdrawn master plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go back to questions for officers, if that's okay. And that is Councillor Hepworth.
Sorry, I couldn't find my microphone. My question's about the highways issue leading on to Mill Lane. Is Mill Lane first the only access into the estate? And then I'm, like Councillor Blizzard, concerned about the access from Castleford Road onto Mill Lane. Because where Mill Lane comes out of, there's the bus stop, and then there's the traffic lights to go onto the M62, and you're often queuing quite far back to the bus stop there. So I'm especially concerned about people coming in and out and trying to get onto the motorway from that area. Thank you.
Shall I answer that? The main access into the site is from Mill Lane, so there is one main access point, but as we've indicated, and as you can see on this plan, there is a second access shown that would go into the Taylor Wimpey development, but would give them an option then to come down Benson Lane as oh.
Sorry, we seem to have lost Ruth a bit. We're trying to get her back on.
Hello, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, can hear you now, Ruth.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, there is one access into the site, so the main access will be from Mill Lane in this location. There is a second access proposed, which is at this point into the Taylor Wimpey development, which would give the new residents the opportunity to be able to use the access along Benson Lane that serves the Taylor Wimpey development as well.
Next one would be Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. My first question has already been dealt with through previous questions, but I do have a concern with I appreciate it's an outline planning application, but the quote does say for up to 232 dwellings. Now, looking at the proposed layout that has since been withdrawn, I'm a bit worried that by giving outline permission for up to that number, are we tying our hands when the detailed plan does come in, that we've said up to 232. So yes, we can get up to 232, even with all the comments and concerns that people have.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. They could apply for up to 232 dwellings, but they would need to demonstrate that the layout met with all the policy requirements. We have been quite clear in the report that there are a number of concerns with the indicative layout, which has since been withdrawn. So they would need to demonstrate that as part of any reserved matters application. It's likely that the numbers that would come forward, if it didn't comprise of a large number of apartments, would be significantly below the 232 dwellings.
And thank you for that, Ruth.
Councillor Swift, do you want to come in?
Yeah, a bit like Councillor Williams, I'm concerned about the number. Once you put a number on a site, developers do tend to have a distinct tendency to want to build that many. And there are, as one or two people have said, quite a number of uncertainties about this. I think it's a pity in a sense. I'm not sure it's safe to approve it in outline. I think we actually needed more detail than we've got on a number of points. The issue of odour, for instance, I'm a bit baffled as to how this can be left as a reserve matter, because it's not as if we can expect Yorkshire Water to abate the level of odour. The reserve matters are only binding on the developer of this site. And if Councillor Blezard says that you can smell it a mile away, then it's not that clear how fiddling around with the exact location of houses on site is going to deal with it. There's similar uncertainties as to just whether and how the noise issue from the motorway, particularly since it's elevated, how they're going to be dealt with. I think, like a number of colleagues, I'm very, very uneasy about the idea of having houses. We're supposed to be in a sustainable age of having houses that can only be ventilated mechanically. So I genuinely think there's quite a lot of things on this scheme where the principle's already decided in the local plan. So what exactly is gained by actually having an outline consent where the only issue determined is the access? And we're not that happy with the access by sound of it. No, I think this one needs quite a bit more sorting out before it's really ready for an approval.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swift. I appreciate the concerns that you've raised, but this application is simply just for the principle of allowing housing on this site and for access. Highways haven't raised any objections to the proposed access, and issues relating out and how they would address odour and noise are reserved for future consideration, and we do feel that given it's an allocated housing site and the access is appropriate, that the recommendation of approval is the correct one.
Can I invite Adrian Piggott in, please, Highways Officer?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to give some reassurance really over the design of the junction, it is subject to the road safety audit process. I think that there are a number of benefits to it. If perhaps we could put the submitted drawing back on. So at the moment along Castleford Road, we don't have any formal, i.e. signal controlled or indeed informal crossing points. So, for example, the bus stop on the southern side of Castleford Road, i.e. travelling, for passengers travelling in the direction of Normanton, there's no what you might call genuinely safe location in the vicinity of this site to cross the road. The pedestrian refuge there, by way of the narrowing of the running lanes, will see a slight reduction. This always happens in vehicular speeds. Now, that's not to say that vehicular speeds along here exceed the speed limit. We've had speed surveys undertaken. They are slightly below 30 miles an hour. So it will make a safer environment for people to cross the road. The right turn, the ghost, I think they called it a ghost lane, which it is sometimes called, but it's a right turn filter, takes traffic travelling towards Normanton that would wish to access the site into the centre of the carriageway. The reason for that is to maintain the free and safe flow of traffic travelling in a southwesterly direction, and so as not to impede the traffic flow and add to congestion. I think it's probably just worth clarifying the fact that we wouldn't support, and indeed they're not part of the plan, traffic signals coming out of the site at the end of Mill Lane would be seen as something of, if you like, over-engineering. For the quantum of development proposed, I'll concentrate on the peak hours, which are obviously the most important to everyone in terms of painting a picture. With the number of units proposed, we'd see approximately, and it is approximate, 131 trips in the weekday AM out peak hour and 133 in the PM peak hour. Now, that's approximately, when people are going to work in the morning, if we focus on that, 2 vehicles a minute coming down to that junction. The junction will continue, even with the development, to operate hugely within capacity. It will be, people will just have to wait at that junction, as you would egressing any junction from a similar local housing area to get out onto Castleford Road. If we included traffic signals, that would only serve to impede the free flow of traffic along Castleford Road, and we wouldn't want to do that. That would add to localised congestion. Air quality is obviously a consideration here. There is another angle as well. We wouldn't wish to force drivers living at this future development up to junction 31 of the M62. It's a complicated roundabout arrangement. Indeed, if they wanted to turn right out of the site and they had to go up to the roundabouts, I think they'd actually have to pass under the M62 and come right round. Now, I'm thinking that's probably about half a kilometre, again, adding to localised emissions and actually adding to queue lengths approaching that junction. We wouldn't want to do that. So we've got the tactile paving and we've got the pedestrian refuge, a safer crossing point, particularly for people wanting to access the bus stop opposite the junction. We've got the right turn filter, and I'm satisfied that it is a safe arrangement. I think it actually is a form of betterment. It is improving the highway at this location over and above what we have now in terms of pedestrian safety and ability to for a safe crossing point, at least to be able to get halfway across the road during the busy peak times of day, particularly. So I just hope that maybe offers members some reassurance here that we've got a well-designed junction. My predecessor spent going through the archives a significant amount of time coming to this as a solution. It wasn't on the table when the application initially came in a number of years ago, but I think members can rest assured that we are happy with what we've got here, and it is safe and it will operate and function well within capacity. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Adrian. Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. Adrian, are you telling me that you think it's safe to come out of Mill Lane and take a right turn up Castleford Road? Have I got that right, or have I misunderstood you? The only thing I can see is coming out of Mill Lane and taking a left turn onto the roundabout onto the motorway. If you're asking people to come over from Mill Lane to turn right, they've got to come into that refuge island, if you're calling it. But I thought that was just coming for cars coming up Castleford Road and going into Mill Lane, not coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Blezard. Yes, we do genuinely believe that a right turn out of the site is safe. That manoeuvre wouldn't be possible, obviously, if there was someone on the right turn filter waiting to access the site. They would have priority, just as they would even if the right turn filter was there. You'll note that we've got waiting restrictions as well. They're not currently there, they're extended along. That will maintain sight lines, improve sight lines actually over and above what we've got there at the moment. So sight lines are intact. Vehicular speeds in a urban, semi-urban environment here are such that we're confident that you could safely egress Mill Lane onto Castleford Road. We'll go through the 4-stage road safety audit process as the junction is designed and delivered, implemented even. So yeah, ultimately I am personally professionally confident, and from what I've seen, Johnny Elliott, who did a lot of the design, some of you may know him was very confident that this will work safely as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dad. Any further questions to Adrian before I go to a comment from Kevin? No. Councillor Swift?
It's just to say that having listened to the officer's explanation about the junction, has tended to kind of slightly make me concerns about the access bigger rather than smaller, Chair.
Thank you. And any further questions or comments to the officers, please? Councillor Scott?
Have we thought about putting a puffing crossing on the main road and for safety of people going across from to be able to access the school?
Chair, shall I respond?
Yes, Adrian, it's okay.
Again, this wasn't an application that I was personally involved in developing the solutions. Going through the archives, I saw nothing to suggest that a signal controlled, i.e. puffing pedestrian crossing was ever on the table or suggested by highways officers as part of the design we've got before us. No.
Going to come back on that, Kath?
Yeah, when I can get my cursor to work. Have we not thought about this though? Because there's the properties at the other side of the main road, and it's the health and safety of the children and parents going across to the school that you've got to think about. And if there's a puffing crossing there, that would make health and safety a lot better for people crossing that road.
Shall I answer that, Chair?
Yes, sure.
A puffing crossing isn't something that the previous highway officer has discussed with the applicant, and it wasn't brought up as anything that was considered necessary to enable this development to come forward. And we can only request improvement works that are necessary as part of this development, and any traffic and any issues that might arise as part of bringing forward additional housing in this location.
Thank you. Councillor Bezard?
Just to let members know that there is a school crossing there. We do have a lollipop lady for school times. It's one of those where there's an island in the middle. She crosses them one half of it and then crosses them on second half. So there is a lollipop lady there.
Thank you, Councillor Bezard. Any further questions to officers? Right, then we will go to the recommendation. The officer's recommendation, therefore, is approval.
Chair, I'm really sorry, won't be question. I've just got a bit of a concern what Ruth said about Benson Lane. Traffic, there could be another road coming off Benson Lane out of this development. Could I ask Ruth, have these developers got permission from the Taylor Wimpey that they can actually use their road to come through out onto Benson Lane? This development causing lots of problems down there to start with on Benson Lane. We've had numerous enforcement officers out because of the traffic on that Benson Lane coming from the Taylor Wimpey development onto Benson Lane. So my question is, has the developer of this site got permission from Taylor Wimpey to actually use that Benson Lane road?
All that we've asked this developer to do is to make sure that the access does link through, and Taylor Wimpey have constructed their acoustic barrier that goes down the side of the site so that this section could be removed, and it was always the intention that this site would link through and provide options for residents on the current application site and on the Taylor Wimpey site, and provide multiple access points across both Benson Lane and Mill Lane.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then we'll go back to the officer's recommendation is for approval. Do I have that moved?
Move it, Chair.
Seconded?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask Claire to take the vote.
Okay, Chair, I'll go through each councillor by name. Councillor Blizzard. For. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Hepworth.
Abstain.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Sanders.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Swift.
Abstention over the outline status.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Tennant King. Abstain. I believe Councillor Wallace is still absent. Councillor Whitehouse.
For.
Councillor Williams.
With great reservations, for.
Councillor Heptonstall.
For.
Councillor Pickin.
For.
Okay, Chair, to confirm, that's 11 votes for, none against, and 3 abstentions.
Thank you, Claire. I can then thank you and say that was carried. We will now take a 5-minute break, and I'll remind you when you can come back. Thank you. The next presentation is South Kirby Area Clinic, and it will be Julie Aycock who will do the presentation. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just double check everyone can see the screen and they can hear me?
We'll take your silence as a yes.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Can I firstly draw members' attention to the additional information sheet? There's a further objection listed in there and a couple of additional conditions that we've recommended. This application seeks full planning permission for the demolition of a former health centre and the erection of a new convenience store on land off Barnsley Road in South Kirby. Some members may recall a similar scheme that was submitted back in 2017 for a similar development, details of which I'll touch on later as we go through the presentation. So the first slide is a location plan that shows you where the site is located. Langthwaite Grange Industrial Estate is located here to the south. And then the surrounding area is predominantly residential, but there's a mix of sort of commercial units as well. The main sort of centre being down here, which is the green. Just to go through some photographs. The first photograph is a view of the existing access onto the site from Barnsley Road. The second photograph is a view into the site from the site entrance, and this is the buildings that you can see here are the former health centre. Next slide, sorry, I'll just take you back up, is a view of the site from the site entrance. And the fourth slide is a view from the rear of the site taken from Langthwaite Road. The next slide is a photograph of number 4 Barnsley Road, which is the residential property located directly adjacent to the site. This is a site plan. So the site plan, the proposals comprise a single-storey building that's approximately 420 square metres gross external area, with a convenience, so the retail actual shop area, comprising approximately 278 square metres, and the remaining area back here is back of house. Servicing will be undertaken in this area. All vehicles, so customers, delivery vehicles, will access the site from Barnsley Road through an improved and widened access. That access will feature lowerable bollards at the entrance so that they can be raised during out of hours. Vehicles accessing the site when the store is closed. And then all service vehicles will exit the site via a new egress onto Langthwaite Road. There's a bin store included within the site, a plant enclosure included within the site, parking provision for staff is back here. And then 18 spaces for customers are located within the site, including 2 for disabled drivers. There's an acoustic fence proposed to the boundary with number 94. That's the residential property here. And that will raise between, it will start up at 1.5 metres high and then rising to 1.8 metres high. It goes back. The proposed opening hours for the store would be 7 in the morning till 10 at night, 7 days a week. The next slide shows the elevations of the store. So the first one, or the first 2, are the north elevation, and this is what you'd see from Barnsley Road. The store entrance is located here at the front. The east elevation, this is the side of the store, and what would be visible from number 94, the residential property. This shows you the acoustic fence running along the boundary. The next slide, there's the southern elevation, and this is the rear. So this is what you would see from Langthwaite Road. And the west elevation is the elevation to the car park. It's just useful to touch on the previous scheme, the one that I referred to that came back in 2017. This also sought consent for the development of the site for a convenience store that was of a similar scale, and proposed the siting of a store in an alternative location at the rear of the site. This proposed access, again from Barnsley Road, with only a pedestrian access and egress onto Langthwaite Road. When members considered it originally at committee, they deferred the application, looking for an alternative layout, but the applicant subsequently appealed against non-determination. As part of the appeal, the council provided 2 putative reasons why it would have refused planning permission had it been empowered to do so, and these related to the proposed access and the noise and disturbance that would be generated by vehicle movements and servicing. The planning inspector's subsequent appeal decision concluded that the proposed access would not be harmful to highway safety, but the proposed development would be harmful to the living condition of the occupiers of the adjacent property, number 94, with particular reference to servicing and noise and disturbance. I can take you back to the proposed site plan. Including the objection letter that's referred to in the additional information sheet that we've circulated, 36 letters of objection have been received. The issues are detailed in the case officer's report, but very briefly summarised, concerns are raised regarding the impact of the development on highway and pedestrian safety, the impact on amenity, in particular on the occupants of number 94, the need for another convenience store in South Kirby, and the impact that would have on existing stores, the impact of the development on property values. Some express the view that the amended proposals don't address the concerns that were raised with the previous application, the lack of neighbour letters and security issues. 2 local members have requested the application be considered by members. No objections subject to conditions have been raised by statutory consultees, including drainage and Yorkshire Water, environmental health, highways, land quality, the police architectural liaison officer and West Yorkshire Ecology. So this amended scheme improves on the previous scheme in our view in terms of access and egress, as now all service vehicles will egress the site directly onto Langthwaite Road. In terms of servicing and noise and disturbance, this will now all take place further away from 94, with both the store and the acoustic fencing providing a barrier between the 2 developments. So in respect of highway matters, in his initial consultation response, the council's highways officer requested the applicant provide further information to support the road safety audit that had been submitted in support of the application. This additional information was subsequently provided, and the highways officer confirmed he raised no objections to the proposed development subject to conditions. In terms of the impact on amenity, as with the previous scheme, the applicant submitted a noise impact assessment which concluded that compared to earlier iterations of the proposals, the current scheme has a significantly improved noise impact and the proposed development adhered to national noise policy. The council's environmental health officer advised in her initial consultation response that whilst the layout of the site in respect of the delivery process had significantly improved, she still had some concerns, and she requested further information and clarification in relation to the use of reversing alarms, delivery hours, the height of the acoustic fence, the sighting of plant and machinery, and the potential for the car park to be accessed by unauthorised vehicles and people outside opening hours. These concerns were subsequently addressed via the submission of a servicing management plan, which, amongst other things, advised that all HGV deliveries and refuse collections would occur between the hours of 8 in the morning and 8 at night, with the exception of newspaper, magazine and sandwich deliveries take place earlier in the morning. Bollards would be installed between the customer parking areas and the service yard to facilitate through servicing and deliveries. These will only be in the drop-down position when deliveries are being made, so therefore you'd have no traffic permissible except for deliveries and servicing. Bollards are also to be installed at the entrance egress onto Barnsley Road. They provided details of the type, frequency and number of service vehicles that were likely to visit the store, confirmed the requirement for all drivers to turn off vehicle engines, radios, etc. when in the final rest position, and confirm that whilst reversing alarms should not be necessary, given the proposed access and egress arrangements, in the likely event that they were required, they'll be turned off or muted. The Council's Environmental Health Officer considered all of this additional detail and confirmed that she raised no objections subject to conditions. Given the position of the store within the site and the scale of the development, it's not considered it would appear overbearing or oppressive to the occupiers of the neighbouring property, nor would it result in an unacceptable loss of privacy. Construction materials comprise a mix of brickwork, render, glazing with a composite metal panelled roof. Final materials will obviously be secured by condition, but in principle they're considered acceptable and appropriate to this location. In terms of impact on other retailers within the area, the applicant submitted a retail impact assessment in support of the application, which, summarised, concluded that in their view, the proposal is for a local shop, as the net retail floor space falls below 300 square metres, and therefore impact is not a material planning consideration. However, the assessment had been undertaken, and whilst there will be some diversion of trade, the proposal will not give rise to significant adverse impact on other stores that were located in the area, and will in fact help to claw back trade from stores further afield. Officers have no reason to disagree with these findings. In terms of whether or not there is a need for a further convenience store in the area, relevant planning policy does not require applicants to demonstrate the need for a development when proposing retail schemes. Therefore, the issue of need is not a material planning consideration. It's officers' view that the proposed development is significantly different than that previously proposed and has overcome the inspector's reason for refusal. Subject to the conditions and informatives detailed in the case officer's report and the additional information that we've circulated, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Julie. We have two speakers registered, and the first speaker is Mr. Asprey.
Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I will give you 3 minutes and then we'll remind you when we get down to 30 seconds.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, Chairman and members. My name is Anthony Asprey. I'm a planning consultant and I'm today representing the applicant. Can I firstly commend the forensic, comprehensive and well-reasoned officer report. This thoroughly addresses all the relevant material considerations and concludes with a recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions. The proposal for the development and the subject of this application clearly has a history, as you've heard, including a previous refusal of planning permission and a dismissal on appeal. However, as your officer has reported, all the issues previously raised have been addressed and overcome to the satisfaction of your officers and the statutory consultees. Thus, the application has demonstrably evolved by amendment and by the submission of further information whenever requested. The general consensus is that this is now a superior scheme to those considered by you previously, and it does not cause harm to interests of acknowledged importance. I specifically draw your attention to the fact that there are no objections from statutory consultees, including the Highway Authority and the Environmental Health Department. It is equally important to note that the majority of objections from third parties, including local residents, do not constitute proper planning considerations, such as commercial competition or need, or they are out of date and do not relate to the scheme now before you, or they're based on a misunderstanding or misinterpretation of the proposals, or they're subject to subjective, unfounded and unsupported by objective technical assessment or by the conclusions of the relevant statutory consultees. The concerns and objections of the immediate residential neighbour at 94 relating to harm to their amenity, which were upheld by the inspector hearing the original appeal, have been overcome by the redesign of the scheme, including its layout, and by specific mitigation measures such as acoustic fencing on the boundary and around the plant enclosure, which is located on the opposite side of the building to the houses, as is the servicing. This is acknowledged by your Environmental Health Officer. Additionally, I'd like to point out this development will generate 20 jobs, 4 of which are full-time and the rest of which are family-friendly shift working. Finally, I consider it an immaterial consideration that the lawful use of the existing building now falls within Class E of the new use classes order, and thus the use could change to a shop without the need for planning permission. This is known as a fallback position, and it's an important change of circumstances compared with previously, which you need to take into account. So, Chairman and members, in all the circumstances, I would urge you to accept the recommendation of your officers and grant planning permission to this application, subject to the planning conditions set out in the report. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Asprey? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question. I understand you've said that the changes made by yourself that represent the co-op has addressed the issue raised by the planning inspector, and has that change been accepted by the number 94?
Councillor, I haven't seen any late representation, so I can't comment on that. So, as far as I understand, there are still objections. Perhaps the case officer could help with that.
Yes, Councillor Harvey. The occupant of number 94 does still raise concerns regarding the development.
Thank you.
Councillor Blazard.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Asprey. Could you tell me a bit more about the drainage? It's on agenda page 57. It's about the conditions for your foul water and surface water off-site, but obviously nothing's been decided as yet. And I just wondered, what would, if we were mindful to accept this, what would you be doing?
Well, essentially, Councillor, it would be connecting into the existing system in the same way as the existing community health centre is. There is unlikely to be any significant increase well, there won't be any significant increase in foul surface drainage. There will be a toilet on the site, but there are toilets in the health centre, and they connect into the existing public foul sewer. And the surface areas are similar, and they again will go into the existing network.
Can I come back, Chair?
Yes, Councillor Azad.
It's just that what I'm reading, and I may be reading it wrong then, it says that Yorkshire Water has also been consulted on the application and requires the site to be developed with separate systems of drainage for foul and surface water on and off the site.
Yes, that means it's not a combined sewer. There will be a separate foul discharge and a separate surface water discharge, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No. Then thank you, Mr. Asprey.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Councillor Tully.
Yeah, hello, committee. Yeah, let me just make it quite clear.
3 minutes, Councillor, and I'll remind you when you get to 30 seconds.
As quick as I possibly can. If we've made a back entrance into this site, why can't all vehicles go in that way rather than off Boundary Road? Let me just say this to you. I've been at that site this morning going another appointment to the doctors on Langthwaite Estate. 5 minutes waiting. There is 1,000 HGVs a day in a 24-hour period past the site entrance into this place, into this proposed planning application to go Langthwaite Industrial Estate, as well as lorries that rat run through South Kirby on the way to Barnsley and West. That doesn't change from one day to the next. There's also an issue regarding the guy who lives at number 94. And let me just say this to the guy who's presenting on behalf of the applicant. You know, we're going to stick a cooperative site in his back garden, basically. It's literally in his back garden. You can see that on the application. Now, it is totally unacceptable. There is issues regarding access to this off this main road. There is traffic daily, backed up from South Kirby Green all the way back to the dustbin depot right at Clock Row Corner on a regular basis. We've got a nursery school 50 yards to the other side of on the other side of the road, and it's terrible for the best of times at this junction trying to get traffic in and out of the industrial estate. Now I can see where they've opened up access to the back, and I can't understand as to why, if that's acceptable, why all traffic entering this cooperative store cannot go in through the back entrance on Langthwaite Lane and have no entrance at all on Barnsley Road. I live here, I've lived here for 60 odd years, and I've seen the increase in traffic over the years as the industrial estate at South Kirby has grown and is continuing to grow. It is a problem from an highways point of view, with the situation regarding access on Barnsley Road, with pollution, with noise, and just general traffic that stood there as well. I also have some concerns about hours of opening as well if this application happens to be proposed. It's about 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. 7 nights a week. With a major problem in our part of the world, with alcohol abuse and people sitting around drinking alcohol, which is served in places in South Kirby and in the surrounding areas. And that's something else that needs to be considered as well. That is the concern of, and I certainly would be objecting if I lived at number 94, and it's easy for people who sit here, who come to these meetings and present applications, to see that a cooperative or any building is going to be put basically in their back garden, because that's what it is. If you look at that red boundary line, that's how close that acoustic fence is to the property at number 94.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Previously, about the other application I've been listening to, about the acoustic fence with noise coming off the M62, and it's not acceptable to be putting a cooperative site of this big, of this magnitude, next door to a residential development with literally a cigarette paper between the property at number 94 and this proposed development. But my main concern is the safety and the noise and the traffic and the accumulation of HGVs that run through Barnsley Road 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 1,000 vehicles a day.
Councillor. Are there any questions for Councillor Tully? Scott.
Morning, Steve. Would your objection still be the same if the entrance to the car park, if all cars and lorries went in through Langthwaite? Is that what you're asking for? All the vehicles to go through one entrance from Langthwaite and not through Barnsley Road?
Kath, the situation to the entrance of this proposed site is horrendous. And it's horrendous. The only people who don't see it as horrendous is people that don't live here and have to put up with it and see the actual volume of traffic day in and day out that's backed up by this proposed entrance. I would have less objections if the access to this site was off Langthwaite Road or off the estate next door to the ambulance depot, so the vehicles went in and out that way. There could well be some issues in and around the guy that lives at number 94, but my main concern is about the access off Barnsley Road into this, and I can't for the life of me understand is if we're going to have vehicles coming in at the front, then we're going to bollard it on the night time, and then service vehicles going out the back, and if they can come out of the back entrance, I'm sure they can come in the back entrance as well.
Can I just come back, Chair?
Yes.
On the previous building, when it was a clinic and they used the Barnsley Road, how many vehicles do you think went in and out? Do you know?
Chair, it's Julie. Adrian might know the answer to that. Apologies, Adrian, if you don't, but he may well have an idea of the number of vehicles.
We'll fetch Adrian in it, and it's question time, because it's questions to Councillor Tully at the minute. Is that all right, Councillor Scott?
It is, it's fine. Can I just come back again then?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. For years, before it was a mental health clinic, it was a baby clinic as well. And to be quite honest with you, the vast majority of people walk the prams to the clinic. It was a walking type clinic, and the access would have been very, very minimal in its later days when it became a community mental health clinic. It was more of a walking clinic, although I accept there was a driveway and there was an entrance into it. But I'm afraid you can't compare like with like. If you're going to suggest that we're going to put a cooperative store that's going to be open all these hours in any given day, 7 days a week. It's going to be continuous access into there all the hours that it's open. Now, the clinic opened between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. and there would have been, you know, probably, I don't know the exact figures, but nowhere would there be in the magnitude of traffic going in. And to be quite honest with you, the amount of traffic that now travels down this road over the last few years is intense, day in and day out, and year in and year out. And as I said earlier, it's over 1,000 HGVs and vehicles a day passes the front ends to this proposed site.
Steve, would you be any happier if the actual building was adjacent to Barnsley Road? Because I understand where you're coming from, because I've been out and had a look at this site a couple of times. So would you be happier if the building was situated somewhere else on the site?
Do you mean the entrance?
No, the full building. If the building, where it is now, it were going to be in a different place last time we looked at this planning application, and they've moved it, and I think it's improved it greatly. But are you saying you'd want it moved even further up towards Barnsley Road, so you could get vehicles in from Lanthwaite Road? Is that what you're saying?
If the planning committee is mindful to look at why we need another cooperative store is another story. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. With more convenience stores in this part of the world, and you know, you can check a sticker, but that's another argument. If it's going to happen, the access has got to be through Lanthwaite on Lanthwaite Road. It is going to be a terrible situation trying to access this store off that already congested main road. In principle, I haven't got a problem with it being developed and with it being with this store going there. My concern is about the traffic that I see on a daily basis backed up outside this place, outside on Barnsley Road, all the way up for hours and hours on any particular day. If then, as I said earlier, if they can access the vehicles, the service vehicles going out onto Lanthwaite Road, or Lane, whatever you want to call it, why can't that be the main entrance to the store?
Okay, Councillor Scott.
It's just one thing I'd like to come back to Steve on. Do you not think, Steve, it's a bit dangerous having Arctics coming in the same place as you'd have smaller vehicles coming in?
Catherine, I don't know what they've got plans about changing the width of the road or the dimensions of the road, but if you're going to be looking at trying to get vehicles into this current access off Barnsley Road, with the amount of traffic flowing both ways, because bearing in mind you've got vehicles leaving Lanthwaite Industrial Estate 24 hours a day as well, it's a dangerous situation in any event. It's pretty dangerous, you know, living at number 94 and 96, trying to reverse or drive your car or reverse your car out of the residential properties onto Barnsley Road for a considerable part of the day. So it's totally. It's a no-goer to try to suggest that we can access vehicles. If they want to access it, they've got to come in off Lanthwaite Road with both service vehicles and have a limited time on service vehicles coming in, and then access for people with the cars to come in off that way as well. It's the only safe option I can see without further congesting Barnsley Road and creating problems that already exist on there on a daily basis.
Thanks, Steve.
Councillor Blizzard.
It's okay, Catherine asked my questions, thank you.
Any further questions to Councillor Tully? No, and thank you, Councillor Tully. Questions to officers? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Julie, just wondering, I refer to agenda page 63. So there are some comments that made by the objectors but has not been addressed within this report. So there are 6 points. The second one was on about a petition was submitted to the previous application, but because you feel that this one has no impact upon the determination of the current application, so you will not consider approve this petition. Okay, so there's no petition at the moment for the current public application. But point 4, you're saying also again, the residents thinking this should be a new application be submitted because it's been amended so much significantly to the original plan. But then you're saying that actually this should be considered as the amended plan part of the current application. So which one is the truth? Because we can't have it both ways. If you feel this is a new application, then the background or that should be actually, different. But if you believe that it's still the old application, very similar to the old one, then the petition should be valid. Am I clear? Sorry, did I make myself clear? Thank you.
I think I understand what you're saying, Councillor Harvey. What that section of the report does is sort of raise issues that have been raised in the objections that haven't been covered in the report. The first one, in terms of a petition, one of the members of the public raised the fact that a petition had been submitted when the previous 2017 application was considered. All we're saying there is that no petition has been submitted for this application, and so we wouldn't go back to a petition that was submitted with an application sort of 2 years ago. It has no relevance. The fourth point, I think there's a little bit of confusion there. When this current application came in, issues were raised by the case officer, and so an amended plan was subsequently submitted. And so that's the amended plan that we're referring to here, the amended proposal. The application that we're considering today is an entirely new application. I've only raised and given you detail about the previous application to assist you, but this is an entirely new application. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Julie.
Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. Julie, I do appreciate what Councillor Tully's saying about the HGVs and the cars. Could we put a condition on that HGVs can only access this site at certain times, like we've done with the waste refuse collection? And then another question I've got, if I can carry on, Chair, is that I'm concerned about the times as well. If I live next door to this, I wouldn't want it open from 7 o'clock on the morning until 10 o'clock at night every day at week. And could I suggest that we do Monday to Friday, if we are mindful to approve this, Monday to Friday, 7 o'clock while, I don't know, 7 while 10 on a Monday to Friday, Saturday 7 while 6 or something, and Sunday and bank 10 while 4 for Sunday and bank holidays. While the applicant's here, he may be able to answer that question for me. I know we don't normally go back to him, but if we're mindful to approve this, I'd still like these conditions to be looked at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard. Just to clarify, there is a restriction on the times that delivery vehicles can access the site, and that's between 8 in the morning and 8 at night. I do think it's important. I do understand the concerns that Councillor Tully has raised, because obviously Councillor Tully knows this area. But I do think it's important for members to be mindful that our highways officer raises no objections. And when considering the previous appeal, the inspector raised no concerns regarding highway safety. And this scheme, the previous scheme, involved all vehicles using the access from Barnsley Road to access the site and to egress the site. This scheme improves that in that all service vehicles will come in from Barnsley Road and out onto Langthwaite Road. So as I say, the inspector didn't raise any highway concerns in reaching her decision on the previous scheme, and this scheme improves on that. In terms of the hours of operation, as I mentioned, the opening hours of the store that the applicant has requested is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the Environmental Health Officer hasn't raised any concern regarding those hours. If members wanted to consider alternative hours, we would have to go back to the applicant on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. My question's basically just been answered, because our preferred choice last time was the rear entrance, which they are partially using now, but the inspectorate, when it went to them, didn't object to the entrance to the front. So if we refused it on that off Barnsley Road, we will be in for a kicking, because the inspector's already said it's acceptable. Is that my understanding correct?
That would be my view as well, Councillor Ellis. It's as I mentioned, the previous scheme had all vehicles, service vehicles, customer vehicles, staff vehicles, all coming in off Barnsley Road, and the inspector was satisfied that that wouldn't impact on highway safety. This scheme does improve on that, because it does have all service vehicles coming in off Barnsley Road, but out of Langthwaite Road. So I would have concerns about refusing the application on highway grounds.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's following on from that question, really. I'm just wondering, were any discussions held with the developer regarding using the Langthwaite entrance and exit for all vehicles, or has that not been discussed at all during the planning application? If it was discussed, what were the decisions on it?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I don't believe they've been the focus of any discussions for this application. They certainly were on the previous application, because that was something that members had raised at committee when it was presented there, and it was deferred. So I don't think any discussions have been this time. My view probably would be that the main frontage, they wish the main frontage to be onto Barnsley Road, because that's where it would be most visible. It wouldn't really, if everything was taken here from Langthwaite Road, the actual store wouldn't be particularly visible to passing trade. I suspect that's why the applicants wish it to be considered in the format it's been presented.
Thank you. It's just I was party to the original planning application. I just wondered if it had come up, during conversations on this application. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Morning. Councillor Tully mentioned the signage and that it had been next door to number 94. Is that where it's going to be, this signage, to say it's a co-op and it's open such and such hours? Or if it is, can it be placed at the other side of the car park? That's one question. My second question is, I can't see anything about an ATM. If an application does come in about an ATM later on, can we put it in where it can't be open when the shop isn't open? Can we put a condition in that if an ATM's asked for, it can't be open other than when the shop's open?
Thank you, Councillor Scott. In terms of adverts, that will be, any adverts associated with the store will be subject to a separate application for advertisement consent. So we're not actually considering adverts at this stage. The applicants would need to come back to us for that. And obviously at that point we would have regard to the impact of any adverts on the neighbouring property. In terms of an ATM, there's no external ATM proposed with this application. They could site one internally, which obviously nobody would be able to access whilst the store was closed. But if they did in the future want to have an external ATM, they would have to come back to us, and we would obviously raise the concerns that you've raised this morning. I hope that helps.
Thank you. But can we not put a condition on that if they do apply for one, that it's closed and shuttered during closed shopping hours?
No, we can't put a condition on now because there isn't an ATM being proposed. So we couldn't condition one. We couldn't condition that now. We deal with it if and when an application was submitted.
Thanks, Julie.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I'm very worried about the proximity to number 94. I just find this incredible that something that size can be built so close to a house. How high was the fence or the boundary that you were going to put that was going to be put round, please?
Didn't you listen?
I did, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Yeah, I understand the question. Just to sort of go over this in a bit more detail, the store itself at its highest point is 6 metres high, and it drops to 3.6 metres high. So there's no windows in the elevation of this property. I think that's worth noting. And the outbuilding that's shown here is like a garden store, so it's not habitable. So the building itself will, at its highest point, will be adjacent a blank elevation here, and then it will drop in height to 3.6 metres high here. There is a difference in land levels between the application site and the adjacent property. The adjacent property probably sits about between 0.5 metre and 1 metre higher than the application site. The acoustic fence that will be positioned all along this boundary will be 1.5 metres high from Barnsley Road to the corner of number 94. That's to allow for visibility for vehicles accessing this property. And then at the corner of 94 there to the back of the site, it will be 1.8 metres high. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Adrian, would you like to come in with the figures, please?
Thank you, Chair. So I thought that it might be useful to understand the vehicles generated by the application before us, but perhaps just to take a quick step back. If we were to stop up the entrance onto Barnsley Road, and perhaps you would have to have a pedestrian entrance, I think the repercussions of that would be quite a significant number of vehicles parking along Barnsley Road, mindful of the fact that this is a convenience type store and not sort of a large edge of town Tesco where people may be inclined to do a large weekly shop. So it's very similar to one in New Mills where I am, where people tend to go in for a small bag of shopping. We couldn't extend waiting restrictions right along Barnsley Road up past the number 96, for example, and the men's club and the shops further up. So that would result undoubtedly with on-street parking and the road safety issues that would present on Barnsley Road. What we were keen to do here was ensure that HGVs could access the site and egress the site in a forward gear. Although the inspector suggested and stated there were no road safety issues last time round with the previous application, it was a concern to us when we were assessing this. So we're happy that larger vehicles can enter and exit in forward gear. There's no on-site reversing manoeuvres, which would also potentially jeopardise pedestrian safety. The business model, as I understand it, the technical consultant may be inclined to offer some more information, is very heavily dependent on passing trade. That in the supporting documentation is known as primary trips, which are new trips to the network, and non-primary trips, which are past vehicles, people already on the road network, i.e. Barnsley Road, that would be inclined to shop at this proposal. So in terms of new network trips, vehicles that aren't currently passing by in the morning or the evening, for example, in the morning peak, we'd expect 3 additional vehicles to specifically make a trip from, obviously the catchment area is reasonably small with a unit of this size, and in the evening peak we'd expect 5 vehicles to arrive. So in total that's 6 two-way movements in the morning peak, i.e. 8 till 9, and in the evening peak 10 additional vehicular movements, 5 arriving and 5 departing. Now, the figures are obviously much higher for what we call the non-primary, i.e. the passing by trips, people that are already driving to work, for example, or school. So in the morning, on the network at present, we'd expect 20 vehicles to pull in and 14 to depart, 34 in total. In the evening peak, 5 till 6, 31 arrivals and departures, so 61 in total. So as you can see, a lot of the customer base is already using the local highways network. They're already driving along Barnsley Road, and therefore just dropping in to get some shopping. The trip generation is there for by no means severe. Local junctions operate totally within their capacity. In fact, you would never expect to find any given point in time, whether that's the morning peak or the evening peak, one additional car in the, admittedly, and from the discussion so far, the heavy traffic flow along Barnsley Road anyway, in the first instance, there'll only be one additional vehicle in that queue that would be linked to the proposal before us. Now we've got the keep clear markings as well. The reason, as with the last application we looked at, we haven't got a right turn filter here. There wouldn't be the width, and we need the keep clear. So that would ensure that vehicles turning right into the site can do so freely, and equally vehicles egressing the site can do so safely as well. Again, subject to the full and thorough 4-stage road safety audit process. Hope that helps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a follow-on from Councillor Taylor's question regarding the proximity to the adjoining property. What is the actual distance between the store and that property? And are we, I mean, I know sound, I've had this conversation on many applications. When sound travels, it doesn't hit a fence and suddenly decide, oh, I can't go anywhere. It will try and get over it, round it, or whatever. And I'm just wondering what the proximity is to opening windows, doors on the front and the rear of that property to the car parking at the front, because I noticed there are car parking spaces right up to the edge of the site, and these are going to be the most popular parking sites, obviously, because they're in front of the store. And I'm just wondering, are we convinced that the height of the acoustic fence at the front will protect the residents at the adjoining property?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. If you can just bear with me, we'll get those dimensions or the distances for you. In terms of the adjoining property, I think it's important to be aware that this part of the property here is a garage. So the main windows to the property are around here. Sorry, I know it might be easier to show you the photograph actually of the adjoining property. There. So that shows you that the nearest part of number 94 is actually a garage. It's not the living accommodation. So that helps, if that helps. And then my colleague has just worked out for me. So at its closest point, so the corner of the store here and the blank elevation of number 94. So that elevation there is 2 metres. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Chair. Julie, can you go back to the photograph showing the garage? Because if I'm not mistaken, there's obviously, yeah, there's roof windows and there's a window on the side. So what exactly is that room? Is it a garage, or is there something else to it? Because obviously with those roof lights, it might suggest something different. Thanks.
Right, I have to say, Councillor Jones, that I'm not entirely sure what sits above the garage there. It possibly is habitable room because it looks as if something up there might have been converted, but it is served by sort of two roof lights there. But it is that sort of separate to the outbuilding that you can see back here. I appreciate I've not answered your question quite the way.
No. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that because, but clearly it does raise another question, doesn't it, about the, if there's still further work needs to be done on this application because of that circumstance there that you've obviously seen. Because I'm familiar with that because obviously I go past it on a regular basis. Yes, we've done a number of site visits to it, in the process of this, and so it just does leave and still leaves a number of questions to be asked about this application. Thanks.
I think perhaps it is important to note though that elevation is blank and whatever is up there is served by roof lights. Given that the store is set down and the height of it, personally, I'm of the view that it wouldn't necessarily have an impact on anything that is above that garage. But that's a personal view.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Julie, I was one of the members actually visited the site in the previous application, and I think that really the caveat of this application is number 94. So the couple, I understand, was around, but we didn't have a chance to talk to them, obviously, and I do think that members was under the impression that they would not mind if the entrance is not on Barnsley Road next to their property. So I understand this is the non-determination appeal, but the planning inspector has made it really clear, gravely concerned over the disturbance of the residents, which namely 94 is the most important one we need to address. But the applicant's reason for this entrance has to be on Barnsley Road is purely on commercial reasons. It's about the visibility of the store. So I wonder if that's the case, how can we really sacrifice residents' life just for the commercial reason of a company, and they will not consider the alternative of the Lansworth Road? Thank you. Just a comment.
I think, to be fair, Councillor Harvey, that it was my understanding that the applicants would probably wish their store to be visible from Barnsley Road because that's the main route through. The access into the site isn't adjacent number 94. The access to the site is here, and as Adrian explained in his previous when he spoke previously, he considers that to be the safest place to access the store. I do understand what you're saying about the occupants of number 94, and the inspector did, her concern did relate to the impact primarily of servicing and deliveries on the occupants of number 94. The previous scheme that we had, there was sort of a lot more vehicle movements and servicing closer to number 94. So what the applicants have tried to do this time is to move those, is to move the servicing as far away from number 94 as they can. All servicing will take place here now, as far away from number 94 as they could site it.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay, any further questions for our officer? No, I take silence as a no. And the officer's recommendation, therefore, is for approval. Do I have that moved?
Chair, if we are mindful to approve this, can we have something done about the timings of the shop? I'm willing to approve it, but not on the timings that they have put down. I'd like them to be Monday to Friday 7 while 10, Saturday 7 while 6, and Sunday 10 while 4 on bank holidays, if that's possible. But I'm willing to approve this.
Julie, do you want to come back on that one?
I can't speak on behalf of the applicant in terms of those hours. That would be something that we would need to query with them. I don't know if Kevin's got a view on that.
Hi, it's Kevin, the planning solicitor. Yeah, the National Planning Policy Guidance requires any local planning authority that intends to attach a condition to a planning permission has got to agree it with the applicant. So we're in some difficulty there, really. I think you've got to. I think you've got to decide the matter on what's presented to you, and Councillor Blizzard will just have to make a mind up whether, if she thinks that these particular hours are not considered satisfactory to her, then she'll have to make a mind upon that. But no, I don't think we can just change the conditions at this stage. I think you'd have to go back to the applicant. Thank you.
On that information, then, Chair, I'm not willing to do anything on this planning application. I just thought that if Mr. Asbury, and I know it's not kosher to do this, but if he's still there and he could sort of confirm them times, I'm willing to pass this, but otherwise I'm not.
I think, Councillor Blizzard, that the application is before you on what we have got there, and that is what they've put in, and that is what you're deciding on today. Councillor Williams.
Moving on from that, then, Chair, is the option up for us to defer until discussions have taken place with the applicant regarding changing of hours, rather than refusing outright now? Would that be a better solution to the problem?
It's the motion that has to come from the floor, not from me or officers.
In that case, Chair, can I move deferment until further discussions have taken place with the applicant and the council regarding the opening hours on this particular premises?
Seconded, Chair.
Right, we have a motion that's been put forward and seconded, so now I will go to Claire for a vote on the deferment to come back with the hours to be discussed with the applicant and with officers. Over to you, Claire.
Okay, Chair, I'll go through each councillor by name again. Councillor Blizzard.
For deferment.
Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
Against deferment.
Councillor Hepworth.
For deferment.
Councillor Jones.
For deferment.
Councillor Sanders. Councillor Sanders.
Certainly, Chair.
Against deferment.
Councillor Scott?
For.
Councillor Swift?
For deferment.
Councillor Taylor?
For.
Councillor Tennant-King?
For deferment.
Councillor Wallace?
Abstaining.
Councillor Whitehouse?
For deferment.
Councillor Williams?
For deferment.
Councillor Hetchinstall?
For deferment.
Councillor Picking?
Against.
Okay, Chair, so to confirm, that's 11 for deferral, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Claire. That is confirmed then for a deferment to go back for officers to work conditions with the applicant, and that's it. We will now take another
Chair.
2-minute break.
Sorry, Chair. Chair, could I just clarify the hours that members were looking for? So my understanding from Councillor Blizzard was that she was happy with 7 till 10, Monday to Friday. On Saturdays, 7 till 6 p.m. and Sundays and bank holidays, 10 till 4. Is that correct?
That's correct with me, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. We will now have a 5-minute break while officers are switched over for the next presentation. I take that as a yes. So we will now carry on with our third application, and John Holmes will be the presenting officer. Over to you, John. We've just got a bit of technical itch. If you'll just wait 2 minutes, then we'll get John back online so you can hear him.
Muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, John, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. That's good. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear you guys either. Just bear with me whilst I get the presentation up.
Okay, John.
Right, I gather you can still hear me and you can see the presentation now.
Yes, thanks, John.
Yeah,
Over to
okay.
you.
Right, I'll proceed. Right, so this application is seeking planning permission for the demolition of all buildings upon the site that's outlined in red and the construction of a new warehouse unit. The site is within an employment zone and is adjacent to junction 31 of the M62. The existing warehouse was granted planning permission back in 1975. This aerial photograph shows the site outlined in yellow. California Drive runs to the west of the site and is where the access is currently taken. The proposal would still take access from California Drive as well. To the east of the site is a housing development, which is shown here, and it's in the final stages of completion. The streets closest to the site have had dwellings recently constructed and are Bellamy Street and Arnold Street. Whitwood Common Lane runs along the southeastern boundary of the site and features mature landscaping which would be retained. These photos are taken on California Drive and show the existing buildings that would be demolished. Photo 3 shows the building that's opposite the site, and photo 4 is of the access to the site and also shows the existing warehouse that again would be demolished. Photograph 5 shows the existing buildings, And photograph 6 shows the existing landscaping along Whitwood Common Lane that would be retained. These two are also taken on Whitwood Common Lane and show the existing mature landscaping that's intended to be kept as part of the development. Photograph 9 is taken from the housing estate to the east of the site. It shows the existing building that's intended to be demolished and removed. Photograph 10 is taken on the residential street closest, which would have a boundary with the site. And this final photograph shows it better. It shows the existing building, the boundary of the site, and the residential development that's to the east of the site. This plan is the layout of the site. Just worth pointing out the access points are at the western boundary, and along the east, highlighted in red, is an access around the site which would be used only in the event of an emergency by emergency vehicles. So this shows the elevations, and this is another one of the elevations that shows the office section of the building. This is an elevation of the multi-storey car park that forms part of the development. And these visual plans that are submitted as part of the scheme, which give an indication of what the building would look like, as well as the multi-storey car park. And this shows the floor plan of the development, with the office in the top left-hand corner of the screen here, and then the rest of the building would be devoted to the storage and distribution use. In excess of 60 objections have been received, raising concerns regarding the scale of the proposal, impact upon visual amenity, traffic and highway impacts, noise associated with the development, air, odour and light pollution resulting from the proposal, proximity of the building to neighbours, impact upon safety and security, and that there are other existing warehouses in the locality. The scheme as initially proposed saw HGV access around the whole building and did not propose to restrict times the HGVs would access the site. Initial concerns were raised by the environmental health team and have led to amendments being submitted. The layout which has been proposed would see the areas highlighted in orange restricted to use by vehicles between 7 AM and 11 PM only. In addition, acoustic fencing is proposed to the eastern boundary, and the area shaded in pink would only be allowed to be used by vehicles in the event of emergency. Members' attention is drawn to the additional information relating to this item, which details that an initially recommended condition relating to restricting the number of HGVs permitted to access the site between 11 PM and 7 AM has been agreed as no longer necessary by the environmental health team in light of the amendments which were submitted. As such, this condition is not included within the list of recommended conditions. Consultation has been undertaken with the consultees listed on page 78 of the agenda. No objections have been raised by consultees subject to inclusion of conditions upon any grant of permission. The proposal would have an impact in terms of the visual amenity and character of the locality. Given the setting within an existing industrial estate and the visual impact the site has already, the impact of the proposal is not considered to be significant in this regard. The eastern elevation of the building would be 55 metres from properties to the east and is 18 metres in height. As such, the proposal is not considered to be unduly oppressive given its size and distance from neighbouring dwellings. The conditions recommended would require schemes relating to employment opportunities, drainage, land quality, construction phase arrangements, landscaping, boundary treatments, floor levels, materials, lighting, tree protection, waste, ecology, safety and security, renewable energy measures, management of the car park, and the control of mud during construction phase being submitted to the local planning authority and agreed in writing. Taking account of the objections raised, the existing use of the site, the proposed scheme and the recommended conditions, it is considered that the proposed warehouse would be acceptable. Conditional approval of planning permission is therefore recommended.
John, we have 2 speakers registered, and the first speaker is Adam Kay. And I also understand we've got Craig Barsons there with you as well to answer questions on noise.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Adam Key. I'm a Director of Savills UK and act on behalf of the applicant in respect of this full planning application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm also joined on the line by Craig Barson from Ramboll Engineering. Craig's involvement in the project has been in relation to noise mitigation, and he is available to answer any questions on this matter. I'm conscious that time is limited, and I do not want to repeat in detail what is already contained within the Thorough Officer's report before you. I'm therefore going to focus on the key salient points. As you know, all planning applications are required to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The application site is in employment use and is located within the Whitwood Europort employment area. Policies CS8 of the core strategy and D3 of the development policy document relate to sites within these employment zones, seek to protect existing employment uses and support proposals for further employment development, including redevelopment proposals. Principle of employment redevelopment on the site is therefore well established and fully accords with planning policy. Throughout the determination of the application, all technical considerations, including highways, drainage and air quality, have been thoroughly assessed by statutory consultees. In all cases, the relevant statutory consultee has confirmed there are no technical objections to the proposals. We are aware that there have been a number of objections received from residents of the adjoining Strata Homes development located to the northeast of the application site. In response to these comments, we have worked extensively with the Environmental Health Officer and Planning Officers, listened to their concerns and responded with a robust noise impact assessment and finalised mitigation solution comprising acoustic fencing, alternative on-site vehicle tracking, restrictions on the use of loading bays at night, noise control conditions and landscaping. It is agreed that the noise impact in a worst case scenario would be 0 decibels above the existing background noise level. This is considered by planning policy guidance to be classed within what is known as the no observable adverse effect level category. Whilst there has been lots of assertions to the contrary, no alternative expert evidence has been put forward to indicate that a different conclusion should be reached. In summary, this is a positive planning proposal with significant economic benefits, including the creation of circa 400 jobs, which accords with the development plan, and there are no outstanding objections from statutory consultees. We therefore respectfully request that the committee determines the application in accordance with the officer's recommendation to approve. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Key, could I ask you on agenda page 94, and it's the use of the hours between for external areas highlighted between the hours of 7 while 11 at night. Can I ask why 11 at night time, please?
Yes, thanks for the question. That's because in the noise technical guidance, beyond 11 at night is considered the defined nighttime period. That's why 11.
But can I come back, Chair? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if we could lower that hours. I'm not quite sure if there is any properties around, but at night time, noise travels. And I just wondered if 10 o'clock would be a better suitable hour for this. Yeah,
no, just in terms of, it's quite helpful actually that the the plan on the screen is still on the screen, because this is an hours off condition that doesn't sort of apply in the usual way. What we're saying is, if you can see on the plan, they're the orange areas, they're the parts of the site which will be effectively closed to HGV traffic during that nighttime period. And the docks, it's I think 10 docks on each side in that orange zone will be actually physically shut during that nighttime period, so they won't be used at all. And as you've just heard from the officer's intro presentation, the red area, i.e. the emergency access route, won't be used at all, obviously, other than in an emergency situation.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Upton-Stark.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask how many jobs at present are to do with this site? And to follow on, these 400 jobs, where will they be situated, and will they use local labour, or does it extend off this site?
Okay, so the current tenant in the building is DHL, and we now know, as quite recently, they're going to be moving out in March next year. If my memory is correct, I think at the moment the level of jobs is more around the sort of 250 level, and we're at this stage we don't know who is going to occupy this unit in the future, but using well-established sort of rules of thumb for calculating these job rates, so in B8 uses, we're anticipating about 400 jobs would come from it. In terms of where those jobs would come from, to a large extent that would depend on the occupier of this and their recruitment policy, but typically, and it's normally the case, that there's obviously a focus on local recruitment. It's fairly typical in the sector, but I can't, until we know who the occupier is, it's very difficult to say precisely.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Councillor Scott.
Thank you. Further on from what Councillor Blezard was saying, because there's a possibility that there could be 72 vehicles between 11 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning. Are we saying that there's none would be in the pink area because they're near the properties?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. The reason we have, this is as your officer said earlier, this application has been quite substantially amended as we've gone through to really trying to work with the environmental health team, and so that the area in red is absolutely right. All that is for is emergency access only. We have to have, as part of the building regs requirement for an industrial unit of this sort of size, a distribution warehouse of this size, that you have to have all four elevations. You have to be able to get an emergency vehicle to all four elevations, and so that's why the area in red is for that purpose only.
Thank you. Can I just come back on that, Chair?
Yes.
Of the possibility of 72 vehicles coming in during the night when most people are asleep, I'm assuming they'll have reversing noise on them, an alarm on them. Is the possibility of the residents in the near properties, will they be able to hear that? Those vehicles, if they're reversing, will they be able to hear the noise that a reversing vehicle makes?
It's Craig Barton from Ramble Acoustics. So we, in consultation with the EHO, who raised that very same issue, we are accepting a condition stipulating what's known as white noise reversing alarms. Those are much more broad spectrum in terms of the noise they create. They're not a beep, it's a sort of broad spectrum noise, and it can also be adjusted to a much lower level to mitigate the impact on the nearest properties. So that's something we've discussed and incorporated into the amended scheme.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No, then thank you to you both. Our next speaker is Councillor Spate.
Thank you, Chair.
You've 3 minutes, Councillor, and I'll remind you when you get to 30 seconds.
Thank you. I wish to object to this application on the grounds that it will detrimentally affect the lives and amenity of residents living in very close proximity on the strata estate. This application represents a huge extension to what is already there, and to my mind constitutes overdevelopment of the plot. Current residents bought their homes aware of the scale of the existing building, that's true, but this development is of a much increased scale and their outlook alone will be dramatically changed. The extended footprint will be closer to residents' properties, reducing the existing buffer, and will totally dominate their view to an unacceptable degree. This will be a huge building, overshadowing properties and presenting an oppressive, overbearing, and I think deeply distressing and dominating view. I'm pleased, very pleased, that some cognizance of resident concerns and objections appear to have been noted. And from what I can see or understand now, there will be some restriction in terms of hours, but we're still talking about nighttime vehicles coming through here. Clearly, there's likely to be an increase generally in traffic and other vehicles on the site. I'm really pleased that the loop road that was to be used as part of the one-way system appears to be now designated for fire appliances only. That's very welcome news. But I wonder to what extent this road will be lit up during nighttime hours. And if it is, this will bring with it light pollution affecting those residents nearest to the access road. Noise levels are also set to increase, particularly when vehicles are loading with doors slamming and vehicle reversing sounds. Even though you say that there's some mitigation around that, it's yet to be seen as to what that sound level is going to be. Any increase in goods vehicles and increased parking, we've got a multi-storey here, will impact on air pollution. I also have concerns about the extra volume of traffic this will add to an already very congested local roads. The site is close to the M62 motorway, and the amount of vehicles entering and leaving the site will detrimentally add to existing poor air quality, raising health concerns. This is a site designated for industrial use, but given that the council gave approval to the building of a residential estate right alongside the site, then I think it's only right and proper that residents are safeguarded from increased air pollution. I therefore urge Planning Committee in making their decision to take into account the detrimental impact this development will have on the lives and amenities of local residents. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions for Councillor Spate? Councillor Blizzard?
Good afternoon, Jackie. Do you know if any of the residents, when buying the houses, were told that this was a site for retail when they bought them?
I mean, they knew that there was already the huge building there. They did know that. I'm not aware of them, any of them knowing at that point that it was going to be an even bigger building, a higher building, a bigger footprint. They already knew when they bought properties there that there was quite a large building, which had some impact on their view. But to me, this is much, much bigger. The footprint's larger. I don't think they were aware that this was going to happen. And it really is an oppressive, likely to be a very oppressive view.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No, then thank you, Councillor Spate.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Scott's just come back in.
Sorry. Jackie, would there be an objection if the footprint was smaller?
Well, I think that would certainly ease people's concerns, because then the dominance of that building would be reduced. If it was smaller on that elevation that faces residents, then I would think they would be delighted, because if you've been out to see it, I think it's dreadful as it is, never mind how it's going to be. But you have to accept they did buy properties knowing that, but they didn't expect, having already got such a big building, that it could get any worse. It really didn't. So I'm sure if it wasn't as large on that side, that would be helpful to them.
If this goes ahead, would it be beneficial if there was trees planted alongside where the residences are?
Well, I would always say trees soften a landscape. It may be helpful, but actually, given the height of this, Catherine, you know, the trees aren't going to reach the height of this building. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Councillor Spate? No? Then any questions to officers? Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. John, would you be able to show me, you showed him earlier on, the slide of the adjacent properties, what's there? Yeah. And would you be able to show me how high it comes, you know, what on the picture that's there, higher than these that's already there?
Yeah, the application was submitted actually with a section drawing, but unfortunately I've not included it in the slides. The building's going to be 18 metres to the top. It might be worth me going to the aerial photograph. Yeah. So basically, you've got a gap of 50 metres between where the building will side elevation will be and where these properties are here. This aerial photo shows them while they've been built, but they're all built now. Between that, you've got the road, and then you've got another gap, which is out of the applicant's control. If I go down to this slide, it shows it perhaps easier. So this is the edge of the houses here. Then we've got the road. Then we've got this gap, which isn't part of the application site. It's currently just grassed area. This grey area here, that is intended to be landscaped, so that would have an element of landscaping. That's 12 metres wide, that strip. And then we have another 10 metres before we get to the elevation. It's worth bearing in mind there would be an acoustic fence behind the landscaping as well here. So, I mean, in terms of the comments that have been raised about visual impacts, on balance, it was considered that with a landscaping scheme and materials conditions, the impact would not be so significant to warrant refusal. So I hope that's answered your question.
Thanks, John, it has. So yeah. Just to get it in my mind, there's a road, the houses, then the road, then some landscaping, then the acoustic fence, and then it starts on that pink area where that's only for traffic in emergencies.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, John.
Thanks.
Councillor. Councillor Scott, did you want to come in?
Hello, yeah. I don't think 18 metres seems quite oppressive, but you've just explained the width of everything to Elaine, but I still think 18 metres is extremely high to be near such residences. What's the lighting going to be like at that side where the pink is?
In terms of the artificial lighting that they put in place, that's not been confirmed as part of this application. There is a condition recommended that would require them to submit to us a scheme of artificial lighting, and we would consult with our environmental health team about that. So we would control that and deal with that at the discharge of conditions stage. In terms of the distance of the front elevations of the dwelling to the side of the building, it doesn't cut a 25-degree line, which is a sort of the policy basis for assessing whether something would be oppressive or overshadowing. So in terms of natural light, the impact of the building is not considered to be so significant as to warrant refusal on the basis of overshadowing.
Thank you. Can I just come back, following on from Councillor Blizzard? This one's 18 metres, and we've seen a photograph of the DHL one that's already there. How high is that one?
The existing one, I'm not sure if I've got an elevation on that. If you just bear with me, I'll just go through the plans and see if I've got an elevation for the existing.
Adam Key's just come on and said that it's the same height as the existing building. Is that true?
Yeah, I was just saying that I haven't got an elevation of the existing building. So I was saying I would estimate the height of the existing building to be around the sort of 15 to 16 metre mark. Well, that's my own personal estimation. If he's saying it's 18 metres, I'm hard pressed to argue with that.
So if that's 15 to 16 metres, so this is the proposed building would be 2 to 3 metres higher, or is it the same as Adam's saying as the existing one?
I think it's roughly around the same height, but obviously there's less. You know, this existing building is stepped, and there's less of an elevation there already. But on balance, the assessment is that visually, it's given that they'll have a landscaping strip as well, its impact would not be so significant to warrant refusal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. John, just want to know, because the gross floor has been extended so much, can I just ask you, do we still have enough parking space as we originally have? And also, any turning vehicles will be also, maneuver within the new site? And also, do you have any staff facilities are you aware of that has not been provided because of this expansion?
Yeah. Taking those points in turn that you raised them. This area here, which I should hopefully be outlining, that would be a multi-storey car park. That's going to provide 437 spaces over 3 levels. In terms of staff facilities, they would be within the 2-storey office element of the building, which is in the top left-hand corner of the building here. So if I go down to the elevations, you can see this is the 3-storey car park that there would be in front of the building. So in terms of parking, the highways team have confirmed they consider the level to be sufficient. In terms of staff facilities, these are the floor plans. They show that there's areas within the offices and also within these parts here which would provide some staff facilities, which I would say, I mean, that is covered by separate regulations anyway. It's not much of a planning matter that we would give consideration to, because employers are required to provide facilities for their employees under separate laws. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. On one hand, this proposal talking about jobs, and it looks to be a big activity what's going on this piece of land as a result. And I just look at the diagram and I see how big the building is, and that is next to residential developments. And also that is so big that the car parking has to be a 3-storey car park. And we're talking about all these HGV spaces. So I've got 2 questions for that. The first one is, it said that the actual application has been altered over its course. So I just wondered, has this alteration been as a result of consultation with the residents next door? What consultation has been done with the residents and with local members like Jackie, for example, as well? And the other one is, when I look at this diagram of all the cars and the HGVs together, is it actually going to be practical that you have these cars and these HGVs manoeuvring about on the site? And is there only one way in and one way out for them, or is there more than one way in and one way out? Because it looks to me as though it's going to be a busy site and it needs some management.
Okay, yeah, take those points in turn that you've raised them. In terms of the amendments came as a result of consultation with the environmental health team, who they raised concerns. It was also noted that there were local residents close to the site who were also raising concerns about the noise impact. And the amendments that came through basically were to remove the overall route around the building to reduce the number of HGV movements taking place towards the eastern part of the site, which is closest to the residential properties. Like I say, that those amendments came as a result of consultation and responses from members of the public, local members, and also the environmental health team. In terms of the highways questions that you ask, there's 2 points of access, and I'll try and show them up here. So this is where the HGVs will access into and out of the site. So they go in, there's a gatehouse which controls who's coming into the site, and also sort of clocks them in and out as they come in and out of the site. So they come in one way and they go out the other way. And they can use an access road to the front of the site here and to access 2 service areas. One's up here and then the other one is up here. And then in terms of smaller vehicles, so cars and cycles and other things like that, they will access the site from this point here, and then they can access the 3-storey car park, which is proposed. The highways team have confirmed they've no objections to the scheme, and that includes Highways England as well. They've no objection on the basis that it's storage and distribution use. So yeah, given the response of our highways team, I would say that it is a practical or able to practically work as a layout in terms of vehicle manoeuvres. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. Chair, can I just clarify regarding the first question?
Yes.
My concern was there any discussions held with residents before a planning application was submitted? Because clearly once you're talking about the planning application, you then, as we know now in us making a decision now, is we are restricted by the by planning guidance. Whereas I've talked about a consultation before an application was submitted so that residents' views could be taken on board.
I'm not aware. I don't know. To be honest, I'd have to ask the applicant if they did undertake that. Ourselves as an authority, we haven't had any consultation prior to the application. Our consultation with local residents has been through advertisement in the newspaper and by site notices, which was as a result of the application being submitted.
Thank you for that, John. Yeah, thank you. I just make the point because of the number of objectives what's made, and I just feel that there seems to me, I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that there was a lack of adequate consultation, but obviously that's not for us to consider as a planning committee, but yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions to officers? We'll take your silence as a no. And the officer's recommendation is for approval. Do I have that moved?
Move it, Chair.
Seconded.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you. Claire, can I ask you to take the vote, please?
Okay, Chair. Go through by name again. Councillor Blizzard. 4. Councillor Ellis.
She's gone out.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Hepworth.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
4.
Councillor Sanders.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Swift.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Tennant King.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Whitehouse.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Heptonstall.
4.
Councillor Pickin.
4.
Okay, Chair, that's 12 votes for and 3 against, no abstentions.
Thank you. And that vote was carried for approval. I would just like to say now we will take a 30-minute break for lunch, as we would have done if we were in the chamber. I think you've all deserved it this morning. So we'll take 30 minutes and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Thank you. We're now back onto the agenda of item 6.4, land off Dewsbury Road, which was deferred last time. John Holmes will do the presentation. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Chair. I trust you can all hear me. This is items 4 and 5 going to be presented at the same time. At the committee meeting of the 17th of September, clarity was sought by members regarding 2 applications for a site off Dewsbury Road in Wakefield, and the decisions were deferred. Items 4 and 5 of this committee agenda relate to the deferred applications, and this presentation relates to both of them. One application seeks to amend hours HGVs are permitted to access the site, and the other application seeks to gain consent for an additional access to the site. Members' attention is drawn to the additional information for item 5. This confirms the hours HGVs are permitted to use the proposed access on Saturdays would be from 9 AM rather than 8 in the morning. As a starting point, it's worth confirming that the site outlined in blue on this slide has permission to be developed for employment use. This slide shows the consented layout, and the permission that is already in place restricts the hours that HGVs can access this site. This slide shows the route HGVs can take to access the site which already has planning permission, and the route is shown by this red line here. The applicant is seeking to increase the hours HGVs will access the site along this route from between 9 and 4:30 Monday to Friday and 9 and 1 on Saturdays to 8 and 6 Monday to Friday and 9 and 5 on Saturdays. The applicant has stated that they do not want any alternative hours considering by the LPA. In addition to the amended hours, the applicant is also seeking permission for a new access into the site. The location of the proposed new access is shown in green on this slide. The proposed new access would be an in-only access from Dewsbury Road and is intended to reduce the number of movements of HGVs along the existing consented access route. The proposed new access is recommended to be restricted to use by HGVs between 8 and 6 Monday to Friday and 9 and 5 on Saturdays. These slides show the proposed access. And these photos show the route into the site that will be taken by the new access from Dewsbury Road, and that's in an approximate location here. And these photos show the existing access route along Foreman Road. Part of it's yet to still be completed and built out. And this is Foreman Road. Photograph 6 shows Foreman Road and the junction with Dewsbury Road. The applicant has submitted a noise assessment and highway assessment to accompany the 2 applications. The Council's Highways team and Environmental Health team confirm they have no objection to the amended hours and new access that is proposed. The applicant has confirmed they wish for the decision of the LPA to be based upon the hours that are proposed only. To confirm for clarity, the hours HGVs would access would be 8 till 6 Monday to Friday and 9 till 5 on Saturdays. It is considered that the amended hours being sought are acceptable, and it is recommended that permission is granted for these applications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. Any questions, please? There is no speakers, so it's questions to officer. Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite happy with these hours now. The developer has, thought about what we've said. But I just want to clarify, there's no Sunday and bank holidays. I know we haven't actually said that in the write-up, but I just wanted to make sure. but I'm happy to approve this, Chair.
Yeah, that's correct. There would be no Sunday and bank holiday HGV movements along either access route.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Any further questions? I'll take that. Councillor Ellis?
It's a comment, not a question. Now that it's all clarified in written down, it takes all the ifs, buts and maybes out of the verbal amendments we had. I'm quite happy with this, and I'm willing to accept this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. There's no questions and comments. Councillor Swift.
Sorry, apologies. Are we just dealing with the change of hours? We're going to come back to the access, are we?
No, well, this presentation combines both, essentially. I don't know how the vote would be undertaken. I'm sure Kevin or Chair can clarify that.
Yeah, because I'd certainly like to say something in support of refusal of the new access before we vote.
Kevin, yes, it was going to go through agenda item 4 first and then agenda item 5. But
thanks.
The presentation has been done together because it's easier and safer that way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Blizzard?
It's okay, Chair. I was just confirming that I'd want it to be taken separate votes.
Yeah. Okay then. If there's no further questions on item 4, I will ask Claire to take the vote for item 4, which is the variation of hours for the old one.
Approve it, Chair.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Claire, would you like to take the vote, please?
Okay, I'll go through each councillor by name. Councillor Blizzard?
4.
Councillor Ellis?
4.
Councillor Harvey?
4.
Councillor Hepworth?
4.
Councillor Jones?
4.
Councillor Sanders?
4.
Councillor Scott?
4.
Councillor Swift?
4.
Councillor Taylor?
4.
Councillor Tennant King?
4.
Councillor Wallace?
4.
Councillor Whitehouse?
4.
Councillor Williams?
4.
Councillor Heptonstall?
4.
Councillor Pickham?
4.
Okay, to confirm, Chair, that's 15 votes for, none against, none abstentions.
Thank you, Claire. We will now go on to questions for officers for agenda item 5. You've had the presentation, so questions to John, please. Councillor Swift, you wanted to come back?
Yeah. I've no further questions. It's simply to reiterate, as per last week, that this proposed junction is in a very difficult, very awkward position in relation to the already rather complex and rather difficult junction between Broadway and Dewsbury Road. I think it comes out reasonably well on the photograph. You've got Broadway coming in at a slant. You've got a short connection that doesn't come out too well between the slanting section of Broadway and Dewsbury Road. And then you would have this new thing kind of not quite opposite at a bit of a stagger, with some considerable difficulties in actually controlling the movement of vehicles, issues as to the future management, and really making it very, very difficult to have clarity at what is already a fairly confusing junction for people to actually use on the ground. So I when it comes to the point, Chair, I would like to move refusal of the new access application.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm totally baffled by Kevin's statement there, because it looks to me as though it's got a better thing for the residents with the other entrance, and it's got an acoustic fence. So it's, you know, it's a win-win for the residents, in my opinion, looking at the information I've got. And this land was had outline planning permission since 2011. And if we've had no comments from residents then or complaint, I can't see anything with this now going for approval. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, can you just confirm that if this doesn't get the go-ahead, then lorries and large vehicles will be going through where the red light is, so where the red line is, so they'll be going in and out from that side, and not go, because we can't get access through the industrial estate?
Yeah, that's correct. If the new access wasn't successful or wasn't in place, then all HGVs and in fact all vehicles, cars as well, would be going in and out via the red line route. In the event that they implemented the other access, then you would have some of that traffic able to take an inner only route via the green line route that's shown. Thanks.
So, is this where we've got our hands tied behind us backs, really? Because even though we might not want that, there's no better option, because we can't, for some reason, we can't go through the industrial estate, which is the best option.
Well, essentially the applicant sort of put in the application for the new access to try and alleviate and mitigate the impact that the existing access has. The fact that we can't gain access from the industrial estate has sort of been dealt with by the previous approvals for developing the land that's outlined in blue. We can't revisit it. There's already that current situation on the ground that they can access via the route that's highlighted in red.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with Councillor Swift here. It's a terrible junction, is that? When it's busy, it's very, very confusing. There's cars nipping through here and trying to get in there, and it's just a terrible junction when it's busy. And to add another road into it with heavy goods vehicles, it'll be absolute murder. Thank you.
Councillor Swift.
Yeah, it was just to say that, I mean, Councillor Taylor said a bit, my concerns on that was that it would create a very, very bad road layout at an existing key junction.
Councillor Williams.
Following on in the same vein, Chair, it's a road I travel on a regular basis, and the junction currently is not good. It's not being helped by, on the opposite side of the road, what used to be the pub is now being converted into retail and accommodation. There's been an extension to a takeaway which has now become a restaurant, and it's all congregating in that same bit, that same area of road. And I honestly, I cannot understand that this has been accepted as a safe junction.
Councillor Heppenstone.
Thank you, Chair. And that's a difficult situation that we're looking at. But as I see it, where that red line goes, that will be relieving, and the green line will be relieving pressure of residents in 1, 2, 3 areas. So I'm in favour of this. On that reason alone, taking pressure off the roads for residents in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heppenstone. Adrian, are you able to come in and with a bit of advice?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, of course. I think if this new junction was egress, involved egress, i.e. right and left turns out onto the site, which it doesn't, and if it also had a right turn into the site, I think we'd be concerned. But as it's a left only in, I can only see benefits here. We will be taking the junction design right through the road safety audit process, and I think we mustn't lose sight of the fact that I think it's 65 vehicular movements are taken out of the residential area in the AM peak. So from a road safety perspective, with larger vehicles, medium-sized good vehicles, and HGVs, heavy goods vehicles, being removed from a residential area, I think we have to, members might consider that at the same time as their concerns that this left turn in may not be safe. I think it's got many safety benefits in terms of taking much larger vehicles out of the new build housing estate, albeit the spine road of the estate has been designed clearly for larger vehicles. I think from a transport planning engineering point of view and road safety perspective, with small children on what looks to me like a family estate with large, medium to larger size houses on scooters and bicycles, particularly in holiday times, if we can, we've got an opportunity to remove the larger type vehicle from that area. As I say, with 2/3 of the traffic arriving in this development likely to come from the west, and they can use this left-in access, which I don't personally think conflicts with any other manoeuvre at the nearby junction, then I think it's an opportunity that we should try to take, because it may not return, mindful of us having zero chance by the sound of it of ever getting an access in through the adjacent industrial business park due to land ownership issues. Hope that is helpful, Chair.
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as Councillor Scott said earlier, we're basically voting on this with both hands tied behind our backs. On the one hand, do we relieve traffic through a housing estate? On the other, how do we cope with the traffic on Dewsbury Road? And I think it's reluctantly I'm going to have to support the application and probably find another way home, getting from the motorway through to Horbury.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. As you can see, you've now got another picture on your screen, which is a photograph of, let's just take my street scene, which you will see. The house on the right, and the entrance will go outside of that, straight off Dewsbury Road. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Scott.
On the piece of land where we can't get through from industrial estate, is it too late to ask for compulsory purchase to purchase that piece of property to alleviate all this?
No, that isn't an option that we have got.
That's a pity.
Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'm just making this comment for the record, really, because I feel like obviously Councillor Williams and Councillor Scott that our hands are tied behind our backs here, and that this is an historical leftover of other times when I think, with hindsight, these sort of decisions wouldn't have been made, because I still struggle to understand and accept HGVs going through a residential estate. But we are where we are. I don't like it. But I agree. I think our hands are tied behind our backs. But I just wanted to make that comment because that's how I feel.
Okay, Councillor Jones. Any further questions or comments? I'll take that as a no. So now we will go to the vote. The officer's decision is for approval. Do I have that moved?
Move it, Chair.
Second it, Chair.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Claire now to take the vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Start with Councillor Blizzard. For. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
I believe Councillor Hepworth has left the meeting. Councillor Hepworth?
Yes, I think she's left. She's had an appointment.
Yeah. Councillor Jones?
For.
Councillor Sanders?
For.
Councillor Scott?
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Swift?
Very firmly against.
Councillor Taylor?
Against.
Councillor Tennant King? For. Councillor Wallace?
For.
Councillor Whitehouse?
For.
Councillor Williams?
Very reluctantly for.
Councillor Hepkinstall?
For.
Councillor Pickin?
For.
So to confirm, Chair, that's 12 for, 2 against and no abstentions.
Thank you, Claire. Can I just say that has been carried? We will now move to agenda item 7, which I've got Stephen Mills on for the presentation. Is that you are now leaving the meeting, Kevin, Councillor Swift? You say we've got a technical problem here. We seem to have lost Stephen Mills. If you just hold 5 for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Right, can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you now, Stephen.
Sorry about that, I lost connection.
That's no problem. Whenever you're ready.
Let me get the presentation up. Right, can people see the presentation? Or the title page?
Set any silence as a yes, Stephen.
Will do, thank you. The first application before members is an application claiming a public footpath off Kingfisher Close at Criggleston. As you can see in your report at page 180, there's a table of all the evidence submitted in favour of the application. The application is based on use to record a right of way. The application first came to the notice of officers in rights of way when a planning application was submitted for some stables on the land, and members of the public claimed that there were rights of way over the land that were unrecorded. As you can see, there are 17 completed user evidence statements, and 9 new users have used the route for over 20 years, which is the key period. If you see on the final column in the comments, you'll notice that a number of the users have referred to a locked gate, a gate, and notices. I'm trying to get to the next page down. There we go. So the red line shows the route being claimed as a public footpath off Kingfisher Close. And there's a closer view of it. And it comes off a turning head off Kingfisher Close at point A. Those are the existing rights of way in the area. So the claimed route comes off Kingfisher Close and connects with an existing right of way. Now the landowner, a Mr. Clamp, has been contacted about the application. Now Mr. Clamp is an absentee landowner, he lives in Cheshire, but he has supplied evidence against the application. He states he's known the land since 1958 and it's been in his ownership since 2003. He states that a gate and fencing and a notice were erected in 1989 when the former owner sold part of the land for the current housing. That gate has since been replaced and receipts for the works have been submitted. Now, key to this matter before members today is whether the public have established a right by virtue of use without a landowner taking action to prevent that use. And on your screen before you, you can see a gate and fencing across the entrance into the field. I have visited the site on a couple of occasions and that gate is locked and appears to have been locked, remain locked. The fencing also prevents access. So what we have before members is 17 people saying they've used it. A lot of them referring to the gate. Some of them are referring it to being a locked gate. There is a physical evidence on the ground and this photograph showing the gate. So essentially the recommendation is that public rights have not been established over the route because the landowner has taken action to prevent access to that land. Thank you.
Thanks to Stephen. Well, we've got one here from James is going to read one out that's come from a town councillor. Okay, James.
Hello, this is a speech on behalf of Councillor Paul Crompton, who, on behalf of Criggleston Parish Council, who are the applicants applying to have the footpath supplied registered. So it states, hello, my name is Councillor Paul Crompton. I am speaking on behalf of Criggleston Parish Council, who are the applicant, applying to have the footpath from points marked A to B on the supplied plan registered. This section has been used regularly by residents of Durker and Criggleston for a considerable number of years. I refer you to the submissions that the residents have made. There are two areas of important consideration. One, in that it is used by some school children as an alternative way to walk to school instead of going onto Denby Dale Road East, up the hill onto Durker Lane, and then onto St James's Junior School or Criggleston Nursery on High Street. The volume and speed of traffic using this route and the air pollution when walking roadside is a danger to everyone's health, and if an alternative is available, it should be encouraged. Secondly, that it provides everyone a place to walk, connect with nature and help people's physical well-being and mental health, something which is incredibly important and will continue to be so. It is no detriment to the landowner, and the precedent has already been set with footpaths 84 and 5 registered along here. It is hoped for the benefit of the community that this one can be accommodated too. Access from Kingfisher Close onto Durker Lane via points A to B is respectfully requested to be able to continue and subsequently allow the process of registering this as a modification to the definitive map and statement. Thank you, Criggleston Parish Council.
Thanks, James. Stephen, can you just clarify on the map? Because on the maps that we've got in front of us here, there isn't an A and a B on our map from Kingfisher Close.
Can you see that map on your screen now?
That's it. Well, I can see that now, can we? Clearly, that's fine. If you just want to leave it on there a minute while I ask any questions, Stephen. Any questions to Stephen, please? Councillor Repton-Stall? Councillor Repton-Stall?
Sorry, Chair. Steve, sorry about that. Am I correct in thinking that if a landowner was a public right of way crossing his land, if he puts a gate on or some form of stopping people crossing that boundary onto that public right of way, he has a legal right then to stop it being a public right of way?
No, that's not quite correct, Councillor. If it is legally protected and recorded as a right of way, then anything across that right of way would be deemed an illegal obstruction. This matter is slightly different in that people are claiming that there is a right of way, and during that period that they are claiming to have used it as a right of way, the landowner has taken action to prevent it becoming a right of way, if that helps.
It helps a little bit better than what I understood before, yes.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen, can you just clarify then, this piece of land, what this person owns, he's had a gate there and it's been locked, and I'm just finding it hard to know how people have got over a locked gate. Have they climbed over, or has it been there and they've broken a lock on it and the owner has to keep going and putting a new lock on? Because if this isn't a proper right of way, surely they're trespassing on his land then.
Yeah, I have witnessed people climbing over the fence to the side of the gate to gain access to the land.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. My question has been answered. That was it that Councillor Blizzard just raised.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Steve, just wondering, in your report, you mentioned about the stable was, there is application for a stable to be put on the land. So is there any outcome of that application, please?
Sorry, Councillor Harvey, I don't know the outcome of the application for the stable.
But the stable itself, has it been determined already? If it has been rejected, then what is the ground for that rejection to begin with? Do you have any, evidence at all whether it has been rejected or has been approved?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, I think that's quite an important part of the jigsaw, really. And the other question I'd like to know, Steve, is on 5.4. Mr. Clamp stated that he has known the land for so many years, and also when he bought it, his ownership only starts in 2003. So, and also he's not quite living in our community. Could I just ask you, when he bought the land, the deeds must have stated some sort of even it's not at the time, probably right away at the time, but there must be a reference to the tread, because that tread itself is clearly being used on a daily basis, and you can see. So is there any chance to look into the land registry to see what has been said in the deeds that when Mr. Clamp signed over?
I'm not certain that Mr. Clamp purchased the land in 2003. My understanding is that it's been in the family ownership and he inherited it in 2003. Hence his knowledge of the land dating back to 1958. Turning to the land registry, it's unusual for any public rights of way to be recorded on the deeds to land. The legal record for public rights of way is kept by local authorities and kept up to date with that.
Yes, I understand. But I'm just wondering whether there is any instance have been recorded to say that users of the land of the past has been turned away at any point by the landowner. Because what happened was some residents I do know that recognize that pathway for over 30 years, and the fence itself, I appreciate that members may not have visited recently because of COVID, but a pram can go down underneath a pram, so people does not even need to go climb over the fence per se, because at the time the resident was assuming that the landowner trying to lock it because to stop travellers to park on the site, but it's not stopping.
Councillor Harvey,
yeah.
Can I just stop you there?
Yeah.
As Stephen has just proclaimed here, there's been gate and it's been gated. If people are accessing land, they're accessing the land without permission. My recommendation report for you today is just to read the report, and Stephen is saying that they are not making a record as a public footpath. As it's already been gated, it's been stated that it's been gated for a long time. So we can't come into anything to do with stables or travellers or anything like that.
I understand, Chair. Can I just ask one more question, please?
Yes, if it's relevant.
Thank you. So, Steve, would you please put the map on the second one, actually, you show us? Can you just put that map one more time? Yeah, not this one, the other one.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. No, not this one either, because that
one.
Okay, yes, that's right. So on this map, clearly you can see there is a footpath from the Kingfisher Close, which is not quite rightly marked in this map anyway. So you go all the way down to the both sides, and those actually part of that is a through access of footpath. There is no padlock, no gate, or no fence at all on both sides. Is that correct?
These orange dotted lines that you see on this plan here are the legally recorded public rights of way. The matter before you today is the route from Kingfisher Close, where the hand is, down in this direction across here.
Yes.
And the gate and the fence is at this location here.
Yeah. Could I just ask you whether the orange line you have dotted now at the moment existing, is that a public footpath, or it's just the Kingfisher one has been wrongly, marked? Are we saying that from that side there is no footpath there at all, or there is one?
The orange dotted lines are legally recorded public footpaths.
From where? From which? From Orchid Avenue, is that right?
Is it Orchard Drive at the top here?
Yeah, Orchard Drive. From that
Orchard
side.
Drive,
Yeah.
that is
Okay, so
legally
the one-
recorded as a footpath, as is this one from Durker Lane going in this direction.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Just going back, is there any history of any animals or anything being kept on this land, or is it just a green space?
I understand it's been used for agricultural purposes over the years. Whether there's been any livestock in there, I don't know.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you, Chair. Steve, would I be right in thinking that people using Kingfisher Close and coming down that way to this footpath that leads onto Durker Lane are taking a shortcut, and the one on Orchard Drive is an established path over a lot of years?
Yeah, the one off Orchard Drive is legally recorded as a public footpath, and I would imagine has been recorded as such since the 1950s. The one off Kingfisher Close,
is that a shortcut?
It is. People have used that by climbing over the fence and the gate since the housing development in this area was constructed in 1989, that sort of period.
Thank you, Steve. I've got it, yeah.
Councillor Scott?
Can you just tell me how far it is to go from Kingfisher to either Orchard Drive or down to Denbydale and back up Durker Lane to the school? What's the difference? So if pupils that go to the school are cutting across from Kingfisher Close can't then use that, if we make the decision today that this can't be used as a public footpath, how far do they have to travel to get to Orchard Drive to go through the path, the public footpath, or to go down to Denbydale Road and then back up Durker Lane to get to school? How far do they have to travel? Do you know?
I don't know, but what I would say, members need to be quite clear that desirability of the route is not an issue. It is simply a matter, have the public established a right by using a route for more than 20 years without the landowner taking action. So if we're talking about convenience for school children, that is not an issue before members today.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Harvey?
Thank you, Chair. Steve, can you just give us a timeline as when this logs has been put to the current gate and the fencing as well? When did that happen?
The landowner, Mr. Plant, states that the fencing and gate was originally erected in 1989 by the developer of the Kingfisher Close development. And that was replaced in 2013, and he's provided a receipt for that works.
Steve, did you have any evidence of 1989 in that case? The recent one, I understand, 2013, you got evidence of that fence. But before then, do you have any evidence at all?
I don't know, but I would say that a lot of the users who have submitted evidence have stated that there is a gate and fencing there.
Can I just state, Councillor Harvey, that the developer first put the fencing up when he built the houses because he had no right over that land. So the developer would have fenced that off.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Blizzard.
Thank you, Chair. You've just said what I was going to say. You know, this man's land. He's put a gate up. If people's been going over that gate, it's like going into a farmer's field. You don't do it. If there's a pathway further up, you've got to walk. I have no idea how far it is. A bit further up to go over another pathway, which is a legal pathway. I can't see the problem. Why are we going over and over again? This is private land. It's put a gate up. It's got a lock on. So people should, you know, respect that and not go over his property. And then can we go to vote, Chair?
Comment from Councillor Jones, but I'm quite happy to do that. It's not really a vote, it's a recommendation that a recorded footpath is not made, an order is not made to record a path as a public footpath.
Chair, I'm all for everybody having a chair speak, so let David have his minute.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
You've got a minute, David.
Right, minute, right. I'm just looking at the Google Earth view of this piece of ground. It is very distinct that there is a path, as is shown in the obviously on the map that's on the screen, the existing pathway. That is very clearly seen from the satellite, which goes right across the field and is quite clear. The rest of it is very unclear. So any other path, which would normally be seen if it was regularly used, is hardly visible. So I must admit, I am struggling with giving an acceptance for it to become a footpath because it's not really visible, whereas the other existing ones are very clearly visible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Right, members, then the recommendation is that an order is not made to record the path as a public footpath on the definitive map and statement under the provisions of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, Section 53.
Move it, Chair.
Thank you.
Second it.
Thank you. Can I just have a note? If I have silence from everybody, I understand that you're agreeing. That's as much as we need for this one. It's just recommendation for the report.
Against, Chair.
Right, so I get that as then carried as it's a recommendation, not really a vote. So that then is recorded that we do not make a record for the path for a public footpath. Okay. Stephen, over to you for application number 8.
Thank you, Chair. This is a similar matter to the previous application. It's again claiming a public footpath where there is currently non-recorded and legally protected. This is on land off Greenbank Road at Altofts. It's shown on by the red line there, and in greater detail there between A and B. In your report, there is a summary of all the evidence, again summarising the evidence statements in favour of the application and also the evidence against the application from the landowners. In this case, land is in the ownership of 2 local landowners, Mr. Chambers and Mr. Hughes. What we have is 10 completed user evidence statements with use dating back to 1950. There are 6 people stating that they have used the route over 20 years. 4 of those people say they have seen the landowner when using the footpath and have not been challenged, and no one says that they've ever been turned away. This footpath between this route that's before members today, between A and B, follows the field edge along the full route, and there are no boundary features such as gates or fencing between the field boundaries. The land in recent times has been used for agricultural purposes, mainly crops. The landowners have been asked to comment on the evidence and put forward their side. Mr. Chambers states that his contractor has ploughed out right up to the field edge on an annual basis. He also states that it is difficult to enforce either direct with the public or fences due to the aggressive nature of the public. He states that notices were erected in the 1990s and 2000, although there was no evidence of that. Mr. Hughes in his statement states he has seen occasional walkers using the route. Like Mr. Chambers, Mr. Hughes states he has ploughed the land annually since 2000. In this application, there is no real evidence against what the public are saying. What we have is evidence of use from the public. There is no physical evidence of the landowners taking action to prevent a right being established. So the recommendation today on this application is that an order is made to record the route between A and B as a public footpath. Thank you.
Is there any questions for Steve? Are there any questions to Steve on this report? Councillor Harvey?
Hi, thank you, Chair. Steve, so the landowner is trying to plant some trees to mark distinctly to say that that is not the public footpath. Will that be some, is that evidence similar to the lock situation or not?
What the landowner says is that trees, such as cut down trees, were put across a line of a path. There's no evidence of such from any of the users stating that there was any obstruction to the route. And that differs in from the previous application, where the users of the route were quite clear that there were obstructions to their passage. In any event, because of the open nature of the field network, and there is no evidence of the trees being placed across the path, it wouldn't have interfered with public passage.
Thank you, that's clear, thank you.
Councillor Blizzard?
Thank you, Chair. So, Stephen, just to be sure, the landowners have not put any fencing up or locked gates. It's been open to the public to walk that A to B. The only thing that's been there is some logs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Can I move that we go to the recommendation of the officer, please?
The recommendation,
seconded, Chair,
is that an order be made to record the path as a public footpath on the definitive map and statement under the provisions of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, Section 53. So, for the reasons set out in the report, consider that the evidence is submitted demonstrating a public footpath exists over the land along the footpath as shown on the plan attached on this report. Can I have that moved?
Move it, Chair. Second it, Chair.
Can I have that everybody's in favour that this report will go with the recommendations of this report?
Yes, Chair.
Do you want me to go for a vote on it? Can I ask Claire then that she takes a vote on this one, please? Because we are making an order.
Okay, Chair. Councillor Blizzard.
For the order.
Ellis.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
Abstain.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Sanders. Councillor Sanders. Sorry, for. Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Tennant King.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Whitehouse.
For.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Heptonstall.
For.
Councillor Pickham.
For.
So that's 12 in favour and 1 abstention, none against.
Thank you. Then that is the recommendation that an order is made to record the path as a public footpath. Thank you, everybody. That is the end of our planning committee for today. Can I ask that we now close down the live, please?
Thank you, Chair.